Section 1 of Chris and the Wonderful Lamp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. Chris and the Wonderful Lamp by Albert Stearns. Chris Wagstaff makes a purchase, and he finds that he has gotten more than his money's worth. "Now, how much am I offered for this beautiful lamp? Quit laughing now and just cast your eyes over it. This here lamp, I am informed, cost Professor Huckster over $100 on account of its great age, but you can have it for your own price. It's in perfect order, and with a little polishing, it'll make a handsome parlor ornament. Now, what am I bid?" There were in attendance at this grand sale, as the handbills put it, of the effects of the late Professor Joel Huckster, consisting of household furniture and many other rare curios. The usual number of curiosity seekers and idlers, with a thin sprinkling of buyers. It was well for poor old Professor Huckster's peace of mind that he had not foreseen the disposal which was finally to be made of these rare old curios, collected by him during a long lifetime, and at the expense of great labor and self-sacrifice. Now that he was dead, they were being sold for a mere fraction of their actual value, for offering them to the good people of South Dusenbury was like casting pearls before swine. The professor's antique vases and other curious specimens of the handiwork of bygone ages were, to these simple yokels, only so many second-hand pots and pans, and were sold at prices that would have made the antiquarian's blood boil. But there was no antiquarian present, only 20 or more women, who sacrilegiously handled the professor's treasures and commented cynically upon them. Half a dozen men, including the village postmaster and the oldest inhabitant, and a schoolboy who lingered near the door and surveyed the scene with evident curiosity. "Ain't nobody going to bid nothing for this 'ere valuable lamp?" went on the auctioneer. "Start it, somebody do." "I'll give 10 cents for it," said the schoolboy. "Gone, begosh," said the auctioneer with a startling promptness. "I begun to be afeard I warn't going to get rid of it. Come right up, Chris Wagstaff. Hand over your dime and take possession of your property." The boy, a rather good-looking lad of 13 or 14, came bashfully forward, produced 2 nickels from the depths of his trousers pocket, and took the lamp from the auctioneer's hand. "Biggest bargain you ever made, Chris," said that worthy facetiously. "It may be the making o' your everlasting fortin. Keep it a couple o' 100 years, and you may realize handsomely on it, for according to Professor Huckster, these kind of things is worth more and more the older they get." Amid the laughter that followed this sally, Chris beat a retreat with his prize. With blushing face, he hurried up the village street and soon turned into an unfrequented lane. "It isn't much to look at, and that's a fact," he muttered, seating himself upon a stone and critically surveying the lamp. "But I wanted something to remember the old professor by, for he always seemed to like me and treated me better than he did anyone else. Anyhow, it must be worth over 10 cents. Bill Skidmore doesn't know any more about auctioneering than I do about astrology. Well, it's a mighty queer-looking old lamp. Must be about 1,000,000 years old. I wonder what that inscription on the side is. It looks Chinese. I'll keep the old thing on the mantelpiece in my room. Guess I can polish it up so that it will look pretty well." Chris began the polishing process at once by vigorously rubbing one side of the lamp with his coat sleeve. Scarcely had he done so when a sound like a clap of thunder caused him to spring to his feet. A thick cloud of smoke, the origin of which was not apparent, surrounded him. It rapidly cleared away, and the startled boy saw standing before him a figure the like of which he never had seen unless in the pages of a picture book by some highly imaginative writer, or in a dream after an indigestible supper. It was the figure of a being perhaps 10 feet in height, and clad in an oriental costume embroidered with strange devices. Its hair was thick and waving and of snowy whiteness, as was its beard. Fixing its dark, piercing eyes upon the boy's face, this creature demanded in a deep, thunderous voice, "Well, what is it?" I don't quite understand you, sir," stammered the terrified Chris. "I ask you," said the strange apparition, "what it is that you want. As you are aware, of course aware, I am the slave of that lamp and its owner." "Why, good gracious!" exclaimed Chris, gaining courage. You can't mean that this is Aladdin's lamp?" "Yes," was the reply. "A former owner of the lamp was named Aladdin. Fine, genial fellow, too. Always liked him, though we parted on bad terms. Is he a friend of yours?" "Friend of mine?" gasped Chris, pinching himself to make sure he was awake. "Why, he's been dead thousands of years. That is, if he ever lived at all." "Indeed?" returned the genie. For that he was one of these supernatural beings it seemed impossible longer to doubt. "I'm sorry to hear of his death. As for his having lived, I can testify to that, for he made things extremely lively for me for a while, kept me working day and night, with hardly time for meals. But to business. What can I do for you?" "I don't know," said the bewildered lad. "Give me a minute to think." "Take all the time you want," responded the genie affably. "I'll be glad to do anything I can for you. Would you like me to give you a trifling exhibition of my power by transplanting this entire village to the desert of Sahara inside of 10 seconds? It might amuse you, and would really be no trouble to me at all." "No, no," said Chris hastily. "Don't think of such a thing." "Just as you say," grumbled the genie, who seemed somewhat disappointed, "though I could bring it right back again if you wanted me to. Suppose I run up a 16-story palace with all modern improvements for you while you wait." "No, no," said Chris somewhat pettishly, for the idea that this awful being was, after all, merely his slave was already becoming a familiar one to him. "Keep still, can't you, and let me reflect." "Enough said," returned the genie with an injured air, and he seated himself upon the ground, clasped his knees with his hands, and closed his eyes. The thought occurred to Chris that if anyone happened to come along, the situation would be rather embarrassing. How could he explain the genie's presence without revealing what he had already determined to keep a profound secret, the wondrous power he had so unexpectedly acquired? "I say," he cried, and the genie opened his eyes and sleepily asked, "Well, what is it?" "No offense," said Chris, who felt some delicacy about referring to the matter, but as you're not acquainted in these parts, and as you are so different from other folk, I'd rather not have you seen, at least not just at present." "I see you want me to make myself invisible. That's very easily done. Give the old lamp a rub when you are ready for me again." "Hold on," interposed Chris, for the genie had already begun to fade away. "When you come back, is it necessary for you to be accompanied by thunder and smoke and all that sort of thing?" "Not absolutely necessary," replied the genie with a surprised look. "But it has been the custom for genii from time immemorial." "Well, it's a mighty poor custom, I think," said Chris, "and I'd be obliged if you wouldn't do it any more." "Just as you say," returned the genie sullenly. "And another thing, if what I have read is true, a genie can take any shape he chooses." "Yes, replied Chris's companion with animation. "And if you say the word, I will guarantee to take 100 separate and distinct shapes, including a complete change of costume in each case, inside of 10 minutes. Shall I begin? And how shall I appear first?" "No, no," said Chris. "I wish you wouldn't make so many foolish suggestions. I only wanted to say that there's no sense in your appearing as an old man nearly a dozen feet high, when you could have your choice of so many more attractive shapes." "Force of habit, merely force of habit," said the genie stiffly. "I will try to meet your wishes on my return. Anything more?" "Not just now." The genie vanished. Chris drew a long breath. It all seemed like a dream, but it wasn't one. The wonderful lamp lay upon the ground where it had fallen at the moment of the genie's sudden appearance. Yonder were the old sawmill, and the Methodist church, and the railway depot, and the Dusenbury Academy. The Dusenbury Academy! Chris's heart sank as he gazed at its cold gray walls. Then a sudden happy thought struck him, at which his face lighted up, and he laughed aloud. "I'll do it!" he exclaimed. "If he's as powerful as he pretends to be, and as he used to be when Aladdin owned the lamp, it will be a mere trifle for him to do what I wish." The boy seized the lamp and rubbed it. Instantly the figure of a little old man dressed in modern costume, his hands grasping the lapels of his coat, appeared on the exact spot where the genie had stood when he faded from view. "Well, here I am," said this personage discontentedly, "but I must say I don't like this commonplace way of making my appearance. You might allow me a little red fire at least." "Is that you?" exclaimed Chris, startled in spite of himself. "I never should have known you." "I suppose not. I've changed a good deal since we last met. You're not quite used to my ways yet. Well, have you made up your mind what you want?" "Yes." "What is it? $8 or $10 million worth of precious stones? Why, certainly I—" "Nonsense," interrupted Chris. "What do I want with precious stones? What I am going to ask of you is something a good deal easier than that." "Nothing could be easier." "Will you please stop interrupting? Do you see that big stone building over yonder?" "Call that big?" exclaimed the genie scornfully. "You ought to have seen the palace I built for Aladdin. Why, honest, it—" "Never mind that now. That building is the Dusenbury Academy, and I am one of its pupils." "Then why aren't you there now?" inquired the genie. "Isn't there any school today?" "Well, yes," confessed Chris, blushing a little. "But the fact is I didn't feel like going." "Not to put too fine a point on it," said the genie, "you are playing hookey." He looked, in his new guise, so remarkably like little old Professor Brown, the Latin teacher, that Chris actually quailed before his glance. "That's about it," he replied sheepishly. Well, what do you want me to do?" "I'll tell you. You can fix yourself up to look like me, can't you?" "Of course I can." "Well, do it." The next instant Chris saw standing before him a boy the exact counterpart of himself, even to the minutest detail of costume. "Well, that beats me!" he exclaimed in amazement. "That's nothing," said the genie complacently. "What do you want me to do next?" "Do you understand algebra?" "I should say I did." "I don't, and I don't believe I ever shall. Somehow I can't get it through my head. It was algebra that kept me from going to school today. Now you take these books," Chris produced them from under his coat, "and go up to the academy. You'll be in time for the recitation in algebra. You're sure you can pass yourself off for me?" "There's no room for doubt on that point." And the genie turned to go. "Hold on a minute. I forgot to tell you one thing. You'll be thrashed for being late. You don't mind that, do you?" "Oh, not in the least," replied the genie sarcastically. "I shall rather enjoy it, I imagine. Say," he added appealingly, "can't you think of anything for me to do except this?" It's very humiliating, don't you know, for a spirit of my power and influence to submit to this sort of thing." "I know it must be," said Chris uncompromisingly, "but I can't help it. Make any good excuse you can think of for being late, and maybe you'll escape the thrashing. I doubt it, though, and I advise you to hurry along, for the later you are, the worse caning you are likely to get." Upon hearing this, the genie started off at a rapid pace. Chris stood and watched him until he was out of sight. The spectacle of himself, his books under his arm, climbing up the hill that led to the academy, and finally disappearing within the portals of that institution, aroused very singular sensations within his breast. He was not exactly satisfied with the condition of affairs. To be sure, he had escaped the algebra recitation, and the genie was going to suffer his punishment, but would he not tomorrow be as badly off as ever? And suppose the genie, who could not be expected to know much about the rules and regulations of establishments like the Dusenbury Academy, should in some way misbehave himself and bring down disgrace upon the head of his master? Chris resolved that his double should disappear forever as soon as school was over. Taking up his lamp, the boy walked slowly homeward. He had gone but a short distance when he met old Jared Beckwith, a neighboring farmer returning from market. "Why, how's this?" cried the old man, bringing his team to a standstill. "How'd you get down here, Chris?" "What do you mean, Mr. Beckwith?" "Well," was the response, "this is the blamedest thing ever I see. I met you just now up by the academy, and how you got down here is more'n I can figure out. Ain't it on you be there?" Chris hurried away, reflecting that he must be more careful if he did not want his secret to become public property. "Let me see," he mused. "I know Mother's out, and there's nobody in the house but Huldah. I'll steal up to my room and hide the lamp, and then I'll go and head off the genie on his way back from school." The first part of this program was successfully carried out. Chris reached his room unseen, concealed the lamp, and beat a retreat without being discovered. But when he took his position in a lane through which he knew the genie must pass, he was startled to see that eccentric spirit approaching, not alone, but in company with Fanny Ingalls, Dr. Ingalls' daughter, for whom Chris had long cherished a somewhat tender feeling. The boy hastily concealed himself behind a clump of sumac bushes. "Really, Chris," he heard Fanny say as she and her companion passed, "you astonished everybody with your algebra today. Why, it was only Monday that Professor Cipher said you were the worst pupil in algebra in the school, and yet this morning you asked him questions that he couldn't answer, and worked out some of the hardest problems in the book as quick as lightning. I think you're awful smart, Chris." "Oh, what I did this morning was nothing," said the genie airily, and Chris heard no more. "I'll put a short stop to this sort of thing," he muttered fiercely. "When he comes back from dinner, I'll get him to change himself into something else in double quick time." But, as luck would have it, Chris's mother accompanied the genie back to school, and the boy had no chance to speak to him. And after school, a number of the boys went home with him and played in the barn till dark. Then they departed, and the genie went into the house, apparently without a thought of his master. All this the wildly indignant and half-famished Chris observed from a distance. "How long does he mean to keep up this sort of thing?" he exclaimed, as seated by the roadside he saw his father and mother and his double take their places at the supper table. "He must know that I am waiting out here somewhere, and he'll come out after supper." But he didn't. When the meal was over, the genie and Chris's father played a game of checkers, and then the bogus Chris arose and went upstairs. In about 10 minutes the boy saw the light in his own sleeping room extinguished. His double was now undoubtedly snugly tucked between the sheets, while he stood shivering and hungry outside his father's house. "Oh, if I only had that lamp, I'd bring him down in a jiffy," he muttered. But if I went in to get it now, I should have to tell the whole story, and I won't do that. I'll wait until morning, then I can get it easily enough." He managed to make his way into the barn, and was soon fast asleep in the haymow. End of section 1. Section 2 of Chris and the Wonderful Lamp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. Chris and the Wonderful Lamp by Albert Stearns. The genie proves himself the slave of duty as well as of the lamp, to the serious embarrassment of Chris. The hoarse crowing of a rooster awakened Chris from a dream in which he and his double had been engaged in hand-to-hand combat, with the odds very much in favor of the genie. "It's tomorrow morning," muttered the boy sleepily. "It won't be long before everything is all right again. I can slip in quietly now, and the way I'll make him change himself back into an old man won't be slow. Gracious, how hungry I am! It seems as if I couldn't wait till breakfast time." He climbed down the ladder and stepped out briskly in the fresh, clear morning air. "I suppose he's asleep," he mused bitterly. "It would be just my luck if he didn't get up till 8 o'clock. But what's the matter? There's a light in my room, and Mother's up there. Maybe—" At this moment the front door flew open, and Chris's father rushed out, half-dressed. He ran across the road to Dr. Ingalls' house and gave the bell a violent pull. Almost immediately the doctor's head appeared at an upper window, and Chris heard him ask, "Who's there?" "It's Wagstaff," was the reply. "Chris has been taken suddenly ill. I don't know what's the matter with him, but I'm afraid it's something serious. Come right over, doctor, please." "I'll be there directly." The doctor's gray head disappeared, and Chris's father recrossed the road at a bound and entered the house again. The boy seemed to turn cold all over. "The genie's sick," he exclaimed. "What can that mean? He isn't used to being a boy, and maybe it has disagreed with him. Oh, if I only could see him alone a minute, or get that lamp." But he could not, and he stood trembling from head to foot with cold and apprehension until he saw Dr. Ingalls enter his father's house. It was nearly a half an hour before the front door opened again, and the physician reappeared, accompanied by Chris's father. "You don't consider it anything serious?" Mr. Wagstaff asked anxiously. "I think not," replied the doctor. "I must confess that the case puzzles me somewhat, but I am inclined to believe that Chris will be much better before night." "Mrs. Wagstaff and I wanted to go to the Hartford this morning," said Chris's father, "but I guess we'd better postpone the trip." "That is not necessary," replied the doctor. "Chris is in no immediate danger. You may as well go if your business is of any importance." The door was again closed, and Chris was once more alone. "There's no knowing how long he'll be sick," mused the boy despairingly. "One thing is certain, he won't go to school, and I may not have a chance to see him today. What shall I do? Maybe I'd better go in and tell the whole story. No, I won't do that yet. I'll go back to the barn and wait until Father and Mother start for the city. Then I'll sneak out and go up to my room and get the lamp. Then, if I don't make that genie provide me a square meal, my name isn't Chris Wagstaff. I'll have sausages, raspberry jam, and a whole mince pie." He returned to the barn, climbed up to his old place in the haymow, and despite his hunger and excitement, fell asleep. It was broad daylight when he again woke. The clock in the kitchen was striking the hour. 9 o'clock!" exclaimed Chris, springing up. "I never slept so late before. Whew! I'm hungry. I must have something to eat, and that mighty soon, now to get into the house." As he was descending the ladder, he heard loud laughter in the voice of Huldah, the maid of all work. Then, "Oh, that's nothing," was shouted in the genie's voice. No, in Chris's own. "What is he up to now?" muttered Chris. He hurried to the barn door and peeped out. His position commanded a view of the kitchen window, which was open. Inside the room, he saw his counterpart indulging in a series of the most extraordinary antics. Presently, he ended his remarkable performance by turning a triple somersault, landing on his feet directly in front of the evidently astonished Huldah. "How's that?" he asked smilingly. "Well, I never," gasped the girl. "Why, I hadn't any idea you was so clever, Chris. Why haven't you done these things afore?" "You never asked me to," replied the genie. "Want me to sing another comic song?" he continued. "Why, yes, if you know more." "I know more songs than you could shake a stick at. How does the idea of an Irish song and a breakdown strike you?" The genie proceeded to sing a ditty so excruciatingly funny that Huldah became almost purple in the face from laughter, and even Chris forgot his woes for the time and doubled up with irrepressible merriment. It was while the genie was dancing the breakdown that the eager boy managed at last to catch his eye. In energetic pantomime, Chris commanded him to come out to the barn at once, but the sprightly genie only winked at him and kept right on with his dance. "He won't obey," muttered Chris in great dismay. "What does that mean? He never behaved that way toward Aladdin." "Anything more you'd like this morning?" asked the genie, bringing the dance to an end. "Shall I do a few sleight of hand tricks?" "No, I guess you'd better go and leave me to do my work," replied Huldah. "But say, there's one thing I wish you could do. When I was in the city, my aunt took me to the theater, and I saw a man walk on the ceiling just like a fly." "Why, I originated that act," interrupted the genie. "Keep your eye on me." He gave a spring, and the next moment was walking on the kitchen ceiling, apparently with the utmost ease. Huldah watched him in open-mouthed amazement. When he had dropped gracefully to the floor, she said, "Why, where in the world did you learn to do that?" "Oh, I know lots of other tricks," answered the genie evasively, "but I guess I'll go out and take a walk." "Your ma said you wasn't to go outside the house today," objected Huldah. "I'm going all the same," and the genie tripped out of the kitchen door and started in the direction of the barn. Chris dodged out of sight just in time to escape the notice of the girl. As the genie entered the barn, Chris fiercely slammed the door. Then he said, "Well, here you are at last." "Here I am," was the smiling response. "I thought I might as well come out and see what you wanted. Fine morning, isn't it?" Ignoring the polite query, Chris said, "I'll tell you what I want mighty quick. I want something to eat." "Hungry, eh?" said the genie laconically. "Yes, I am, and as soon as my breakfast is ready, you can disappear." "Anything else?" inquired the genie with an ill-concealed smile. "That's all at present. Now please hurry the breakfast. I'll take it right here. Just give me some sausages, scrambled eggs, rolls." "One moment," interrupted the genie. "I can't accommodate you." "What do you mean?" cried Chris. "Just what I say. I'm no caterer, my young friend." But you're the slave of the lamp, aren't you?" stammered the astonished Chris in great dismay. "That's what I am." "Well, I'm the owner of the lamp, and—" "I beg your pardon," interrupted the genie, "but you're not." "I'm not?" shouted Chris. "You are not," repeated the genie quietly. "Who is then?" demanded the boy hotly. "Huldah. Now keep quiet a moment and I'll explain. You see, I was sick this morning and your mother went to the closet in your room to get a comforter to put over me. Behind the big pile of bedclothing she found the lamp, which I suppose you hid there. And a mighty foolish thing it was for you to do, in my opinion. But never mind that. Your mother gave the lamp to Huldah with permission to do what she pleased with it. That's the whole story." "But," cried Chris, "don't you see that I am the real owner of the lamp still? My mother had no right to give it away." "That's a nice point of law which I do not care to discuss," said the genie with a bored look. "I recognize Huldah as the owner of the lamp, and that settles the matter." "But it doesn't settle it!" exclaimed Chris angrily. "I bought and paid for it, and it's mine. I order you to bring me my breakfast." The genie quietly seated himself on an inverted bushel basket, humming an air. "You won't do it?" demanded Chris. "I certainly shall not," was the response. "Well, then," cried the boy in desperation, "will you disappear or change yourself into somebody else?" "I can't do it, my boy," replied the genie. "I'm perfectly well satisfied with my present shape, and I don't propose to change it just now. Do you know, I rather like your folks. I think I shall get along here first rate." "But what will become of me?" demanded Chris in desperation. The genie shrugged his shoulders. "I really don't know," he said. "You'll have to look out for yourself. You got yourself into this scrape. You'll have to get yourself out of it. You can't blame me for what has happened. You know, if you stop to think of it, I did exactly what you bade me as long as you had possession of the lamp. You can't deny that." "I don't deny it," said Chris. "But see here, you might do me a little favor." The genie shook his head. "Are you utterly heartless?" cried poor Chris, almost sobbing. "Why, of course I am," laughed the genie. "I'm heartless, lungless, liverless, boneless. You don't seem to have grasped the idea that I'm a genie." "Well, see here," said Chris after a dismal pause. "If I get the lamp, you'll be my slave again, won't you?" "Beyond the shadow of a doubt." "Then I'll go get it now." And the boy started for the door. "All right, I'll go with you," responded the genie, linking his arm with Chris's. "Why, that won't do," cried the lad, aghast. "Huldah would see us together, and then—" "That's just the point," interrupted the genie. "You don't seem to have any sense of humor. Just think how astonished she will be when she sees us coming along, the exact counterparts of each other. What a study her face will be, eh, Chris? Come on." But Chris held him back by main force. "No, no," he cried. "I wouldn't have Huldah see us for $100. "Pooh," sneered the genie with the utmost disdain. "I'd give $1,000,000 or $2 at any time for a little sport like this. Aren't you coming?" "No, I am not," replied Chris emphatically. "Wait a moment," he added appealingly. "I want to ask you a few questions." "Well, go ahead," said the genie somewhat impatiently. "What do you want to know?" "I'd like to know what was the matter with you this morning when the doctor was called." The genie laughed heartily. "Nothing, nothing whatever," he said. "I was playing sick." "Playing sick? What for?" "Why, because I didn't want to go to school this morning. I got the idea from the boy who sat next to me yesterday. I forget his name." "Scotty Jones?" suggested Chris. "That's the fellow. I told him I considered the whole business an awful bore, and he advised me to make believe that I was sick in the morning. As you know, I did so. I pretended to have a frightful cold. You ought to have seen me. You know I have facilities for that sort of thing, which you do not possess. My face was swollen so badly that I could hardly open my eyes, and I could scarcely speak. Your father and mother were very much frightened, I can tell you." "What was the use of getting them up so early?" said Chris. "Why didn't you wait till 7 or 8 o'clock?" "I didn't know that was the proper thing to do. You see, I never was a schoolboy before in my life, but it turned out all right." "You're sure you didn't give Scotty a hint?" began Chris anxiously. "That I was a genie? Oh, no, I'm too sharp for that. I'm not that kind of a genie. At that time I was working in your interests, and of course I wouldn't say anything that might compromise you. Nor do your father and mother suspect anything yet. While on the subject, I must say that they and the doctor did all they could to make me easy. They left me tucked up in bed very comfortably, and I should probably be there now if Huldah hadn't rubbed the lamp." "Oh, that's how you happen to be in the kitchen, is it?" cried the boy. "Of course it is." "You didn't tell her that you were a genie, did you?" asked Chris. "No, I believe I didn't, though there's no particular reason why I should not have done so. I only asked her what she wanted, and she said nothing in particular, but that she thought South Dusenbury was an awful slow place, and she wished a circus would come to town. I replied that I was a whole circus myself, and offered to prove it. The rest you know." "Well, don't tell her what you are, will you?" pleaded Chris. "Don't tell her just yet, anyhow. I'm sure to have the lamp again pretty soon, and then it would be very awkward if she knew." I can't help that, said the genie. But hold on, she's rubbing the old lamp now. The next moment he had disappeared. End of section 2. Section 3 of Chris and the Wonderful Lamp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger, May 25th, 2025, Westford, Massachusetts. Chris and the Wonderful Lamp by Albert Stearns. The moral depravity of the genie becomes painfully apparent. In another instant, a shrill scream in Hulda's voice notified Chris that the genie had reached the kitchen. He dashed to the barn door and heard the girl inquire, "Why, where in the world did you come from?" "From the barn," replied the genie. "Well, what do you want?" "I came to see what you wanted. You rubbed the lamp." "I was trying to clean the old thing." "Well, whenever you rub that lamp, I shall appear. I am the slave of the lamp and of its owner." Chris's heart seemed to stand still as the genie uttered these words. "It's all up now," he murmured. He might have kept it to himself. "I wouldn't have had Hulda know for anything. Well, as she knows the truth, I'll go and get something to eat." He was about to start for the kitchen when the girl said with a ringing laugh, "Quit your fooling, Chris. If you'll take my advice, you'll go back to bed. Your ma may be home by the noon train, and she'll be awful mad if she finds you up." "She ought to be glad to see that I have recovered so rapidly," replied the genie. "But see here," he went on with some warmth, "you don't seem to understand the situation of affairs. I'm not Chris at all. I only look like him. I'm a genie, and your slave as well as that of the lamp." "You're a mighty queer boy, Chris Wagstaff," laughed Hulda. "I never saw you so full of nonsense as you are this morning." "I tell you I'm in sober earnest," almost shouted the genie. "If you don't believe me, just try me. Command me to do anything you please, and I'll do it. Now then." "Well," returned the girl, "if you're so awful anxious to do something for me, suppose you walk down to the store and get me 7 pounds of granulated sugar. I've just found that the box is empty." "Is that all?" asked the genie in a tone of disgust. "Yeah, that's all. But I'll do without the sugar if you want to go back to bed." "I'll get it," said the genie sulkily, and he turned away. Chris drew a long breath of relief. "That was a narrow escape," he said to himself as he watched the genie trudging along the dusty road. "It's lucky for me she told him to walk. If she'd ordered him to fly, he'd have done it, and then the cat would have been out of the bag." He waited until the genie had disappeared. Then he stepped out of the barn and approached the kitchen. "Are you back already?" cried Hulda as her eyes rested on him. "Where's the sugar?" "I haven't got it. I didn't feel like going," replied Chris. "What made you offer, then?" asked the girl sourly. "Do you feel sick?" "I have felt better," said Chris. "I guess I'll go upstairs. I wish you'd get me something to eat while I'm gone. I'll be down again in a few minutes." "You can go to the bottery and help yourself, can't you?" returned Hulda, adding quickly. "Oh, say, Chris, how did you walk on the ceiling? I know it was all a trick, but how did you do it?" "Don't bother me," snapped the boy as he picked up the lamp and started away with it. "Well, you needn't be so short," answered Hulda. "I thought you was most too good-natured to last this morning. And where are you going with my lamp?" "It's my lamp," replied Chris, "and I'm going to take it up to my room." "Your ma gave it to me." "It wasn't hers to give. What do you want with the old thing anyway?" "I have a use for it." "Well, so have I, and I'm going to keep it." And Chris abruptly left the room. "You mean boy!" shouted Hulda after him, but he did not hear her. He was ascending the stairs 3 steps at a time. He ran into his room and locked the door. Then he gave the lamp a very energetic rub. Instantly the genie appeared before him, still his own exact double, carrying a large paper bag under his arm. It was not without a feeling of satisfaction that Chris observed the expression of annoyance on his face. "Well, this is rather sudden, I must confess," said the genie. "So you've got possession of the lamp again, have you?" "Yes, I have, and I mean to hold on to it this time," replied Chris. "I sincerely hope you will," said the genie in what was evidently intended to be a conciliatory tone. "You harbor no hard feelings against me, I trust. I was only doing my duty." "What's in that bundle you are carrying?" asked Chris, ignoring the question. "It's the sugar. I was on my way home with it when you summoned me." "Throw it out of the window," commanded the boy, and the genie promptly obeyed. "Anything else?" he then inquired obsequiously. "Remember, I have unrivaled facilities for filling orders of all kinds at the shortest notice." "Change yourself back into the old man again," directed Chris next. And presto, it was done. The dapper little old gentleman of the previous day stood before him once more. "Whenever I call for you again," continued Chris, "appear in that shape." "Certainly, and now I suppose you want breakfast. You must be very hungry by this time. What shall it be? Will you make your own selection, or will you leave it all to me?" And the genie rubbed his hands and smiled affably into his master's face. But Chris was not to be won over so easily. "I'll get my breakfast downstairs," he said stiffly, "and now you can clear out. I've seen enough of you for the present." Before he finished the sentence, the genie had disappeared. Taking the lamp with him, Chris went down to the buttery and for 10 minutes ate as only a hungry boy can eat. "Now I feel something like myself," he mused. "I think I shan't have any trouble in holding my own against the genie for the future." When his father and mother returned at noon, they found Chris seated on the porch, so intently engaged in the perusal of the Arabian Nights that he did not see them until they were ascending the steps. "Are you back already?" he began, but he paused as he observed the unwonted expression of severity on his father's face. "We have returned," said Mr. Wagstaff in chilling tones. "So it is as expected. You were feigning illness this morning." "No, I wasn't, father," cried Chris earnestly. "That will do, sir," interrupted his father sternly. "After your conduct yesterday, I can believe almost anything of you." What conduct, sir?" stammered Chris, a dreadful presentiment seizing him. "I know all, sir," returned Mr. Wagstaff. "Your mother and I have just met the principal of the academy. He was amazed to see us out, and no wonder, since you told him yesterday that your mother was ill with typhoid fever, and that I had been thrown from a horse and had broken my leg." Chris had carelessly told the genie to make any excuse he could think of for being late, and the spirit had taken him at his word. I didn't say anything of the sort," he cried. "It's all a mistake." "Indeed?" responded his father. "You wish me to believe, then, that Professor Thwacker has told me a deliberate falsehood? What do you claim that you did say?" "I don't know," poor Chris blurted out, "but I'm sure I didn't say that. I know I didn't." "That will do, Christopher," said Mr. Wagstaff severely. "Come in and get your dinner." "I don't want any dinner, sir." "Very well, you will attend the afternoon session at the academy. When you return, come to my study. I shall have something to say to you." "Oh, Chris," almost sobbed his mother, lingering a moment after Mr. Wagstaff had entered the house. "How could you do it?" "I didn't do anything," cried Chris. "It wasn't I at all." "Who was it then?" "It was— Oh, I can't explain now." Without another word, Mrs. Wagstaff sighed heavily and stepped indoors. Half an hour later, the boy started for the academy. In his hand, he carried his school bag, which contained the wonderful lamp, for he had been unwilling to leave it where Huldah might again get possession of it. "That was a whopper you told the professor yesterday," whispered Scotty Jones as Chris seated himself at his desk. "You didn't make anything by it either, for you're sure to get a thrashing this afternoon. I heard Professor Thwacker talking to old Cypher about it, and I'll tell you, I shouldn't like to be in your boots." "Christopher Wagstaff," broke in the sharp, penetrating voice of the principal of the academy, "I am at a loss for words adequately to express my opinion of a youth so destitute of self-respect, of honor, as you proved yourself yesterday. I cannot hope that this public reprimand will have any effect on your callous nature, but at the expiration of the afternoon session I shall endeavor to teach you a lesson that you will not soon forget. Remain in your place after the others have gone." Chris did not attempt to say a word in his own defense, but he resolved that he would try to prove his innocence to the professor after school. At the first opportunity, he took the lamp from his bag and began examining it in the shelter of his desk lid. "If I wanted to, couldn't I make it warm for the professor?" he mused. "One rub of the old lamp, and I could have him in this academy at the bottom of the Atlantic. But after all, I can't blame him. He doesn't know. I'll try to explain things to him after school without telling him the whole story." At this moment a hand was laid on his shoulder, and looking up with a start he saw Professor Thwacker glowering down at him. In his abstraction he had not been conscious of that gentleman's approach. "What have you got there, Wagstaff?" thundered the principal. "Nothing, sir. That is only an old lamp, Professor Thwacker," stammered Chris. "An old lamp, sir?" stormed the professor. "Give it to me. And what do you mean, Wagstaff, by bringing an old lamp to school?" Chris meekly handed his treasure to the indignant pedagogue. "I shall return it to you before you go home, after we have settled our account," said the professor with a look of awful significance, and he returned to his desk wherein he deposited the lamp. Chris watched him with bated breath, fearing he would accidentally rub it, and thus unconsciously summon the ever-attentive Genie, but he did not. The afternoon passed only too quickly. At 3 o'clock school was dismissed, and Chris was left alone with the principal. For some moments Professor Thwacker sat gazing silently at the culprit, and then he said in his deepest tone, "Come here, sir." Chris tremblingly approached the platform. He had resolved to endure the punishment with fortitude, but now that the fateful moment had arrived, his courage seemed to be oozing out of his fingers' ends. "If you can suggest any justification for your remarkable conduct yesterday, if you have any excuse to plead," said the professor, "I am ready to hear you now." "Professor Thwacker," began the boy, "you're mistaken, sir. You're entirely mistaken. It wasn't I that made that excuse yesterday. It was... "Well, sir, who was it then?" demanded the professor with some surprise. "It was quite another person, sir. I don't know his name, but—" "Enough, Wagstaff," interrupted Professor Thwacker, rising. "Your audacity astonishes, amazes me. You ask me to doubt the evidence of my own senses. I will hear no more. Your excellent father has suggested to me that your punishment should be commensurate with the enormity of your offense, and I quite agree with him. It therefore becomes my painful duty to administer to you a chastisement which I trust will prove efficacious." The professor turned to take his rattan from the peg behind his desk, where it always hung when not engaged in active duty. Chris knew that if he was going to escape the threatened punishment, he must act quickly. "Professor," he began in an agitated voice, "you are making a great mistake. Sometime you will know it, though I can't explain it today, but... "But what, sir?" "I'd be very much obliged if you'd let me have that lamp now, sir." "You shall have it before you go." "But I'd like to hold it while you're flogging me, sir." Professor Thwacker stared at the boy with an expression in which anger and perplexity were mingled. "Christopher," he said, "I am at a loss to understand your conduct of late. I must have a conference with your father at the first opportunity. Meanwhile, I certainly shall not humor your absurd whims." Again he turned. As he did so, Chris noiselessly opened the desk and possessed himself of the lamp. He rubbed it vigorously, and the Genie instantly appeared in the guise of a well-dressed and respectable-looking old man. I understand, he whispered in Chris's ear. Leave it all to me. Don't say a word. Who are you, sir? Demanded the astonished Professor Thwacker, confronting the newcomer. How did you get here? My name is Jukes, sir, Pulsifer Jukes, M.D., replied the genie, ignoring the latter question. I am a very old friend of the Wagstaff family, and I regret to say I am the bearer of bad news. Indeed, Dr. Jukes, said the professor, deeply impressed by the eminently respectable appearance of his visitor. Yes, sir, sighed the genie. I am here on a mission that I would gladly have entrusted to another, but I felt it my duty to break the sad tidings to my young friend Christopher with my own lips. My boy, turning to Chris with a wink, prepare yourself for a terrible shock. Why, what is the matter, sir? Asked the boy, trying to look alarmed. Your father's house is on fire, and now, calm yourself, it is feared that one or both of your parents have perished in the flames. This is awful, gasped the kindly professor. It is indeed, sir, returned the genie. Of course, Christopher must return at once. Of course, I'll be there in a few minutes. Very well, Professor. Good afternoon. I am sorry we should have met for the first time on so melancholy an occasion. Come, Christopher, my lad, bear up. Our worst fears may not be realized. Then, linking Chris's arm in his, the genie marched the lad down the aisle and out of the room. Didn't I do that nicely? He asked with a laugh when they were outside. I tell you, it takes me to manage a little affair like that. Nicely, repeated Chris in disgust. Why, you lied like a trooper. We genii have no souls, you know, said the genie easily. It's no matter what I say any more than if I were a parrot. Well, I won't lie, and I don't want anyone to lie for me, said Chris stoutly. Couldn't you think of any other way than that to get me off? I could have thought of 100 ways, replied the genie with an injured look, but that was the first scheme that came into my head. What is the matter with it, may I ask? You seem pretty hard to suit. Well, I'm in a worse scrape than ever. The professor will find out the truth in a short time, and then what will become of me? Oh, you'll get yourself out of the trouble easily enough, said the genie lightly. If you meet any difficulty, just send for me again. And now, what do you want me to do? I want you to disappear in double quick time, replied Chris almost fiercely. The next instant he was alone. His first act on reaching home was to hide the lamp in an old chest in the garret. This done, he descended to his room where he lingered as long as he dared. It's no use putting it off any longer, he murmured at last. The sooner it's begun, the sooner it will be over. With this reflection, he went down to the study where he found his father and Professor Thwacker, who had evidently just arrived. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Chris and the Wonderful Lamp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Bowden. Chris and the Wonderful Lamp by Albert Stearns. The genie has an exciting day and manifests symptoms of fatigue and rebellion. Ah, here he is, exclaimed Mr. Wagstaff as the boy entered. Christopher, I wonder that you dare look me in the eye. Sit down, sir. You and I must come to an understanding. Chris sank into a chair. Who was that infamous old man who, by his base fabrications, saved you from the just punishment of your offense? Stormed the professor. Where is he? I must see him again, face to face. I don't know where he is, replied Chris weakly. Do not trifle with us, cried his father. What did he say his name was, Professor Thwacker? Pulsifer Jukes, M.D., replied the principal of the Dusenbury Academy, glaring at Chris. A man I never heard of before in my life. Nor I, added Mr. Wagstaff. Yet he pretended that he was an old friend of my family, you say? He did, sir. His appearance was, I must admit, in his favor, and it did not occur to me for an instant to doubt his word. He must have been an abandoned scoundrel. There can be no doubt of that, Mr. Wagstaff. Really, this affair puzzles me extremely. Here we have a man of advanced years, a member of one of the learned professions, if we may believe his own word, deliberately conspiring with an unprincipled, or shall I say a weak-minded, lad to deceive his parents and his preceptor. The case is without a precedent in my experience. We will find the scoundrel, or my name is not Wagstaff, exclaimed Chris's father in a sudden burst of indignation. Then turning to the boy, he demanded, Who is that man? Where is he? If his name is not Pulsifer Jukes, I don't know what is, replied Chris in desperation. And, as I just told Professor Thwacker, I haven't any idea where he is now. Mr. Wagstaff gazed at the lad steadily for a few seconds, then he opened a drawer in his desk and took out a strap. Chris had seen this instrument before, but not for many months, and he could not help wincing now as he looked at it. I am opposed on principle to corporal punishment, said his father, but my experience forces me to the painful conclusion that there are times when moral suasion is of no avail. This is such a time. Christopher, I had hoped that I should not be obliged to chastise you again, but I certainly shall, and that in a way which you will long remember unless you humbly apologize both to Professor Thwacker and myself, and tell us who this man Jukes really is. Choose now. Will you submit to a humiliating, disgraceful punishment, or will you tell the truth and apologize? Before the sentence was ended, Chris had made up his mind. There's no use trying to keep it a secret any longer, he cried in desperation. I'll tell you all about it. That old man was not a man at all. He was a genie. A what? Cried Mr. Wagstaff and Professor Thwacker in unison. A genie, the very same one that used to be Aladdin's slave, and he's mine now. That was Aladdin's lamp that you had in your desk today, Professor. Professor Thwacker tapped his forehead significantly. I fear my surmise is well-founded, Mr. Wagstaff, he said in a low tone. I advise an immediate consultation with Dr. Ingalls. You don't mean, burst out Chris, that you think me crazy? The professor shook his head sadly, but Mr. Wagstaff said with increased sternness, I do not, sir. I believe you know perfectly well what you are saying, though how you dare offer such an insult to the intelligence of Professor Thwacker and myself, I am at a loss to understand. You don't believe me, cried poor Chris. I am telling you nothing but the truth. I bought the lamp for 10 cents at an auction yesterday. I rubbed it and the genie appeared and asked me what I wanted. Christopher, enough, thundered his father. Oh, please listen, sir, and I'll tell you all about it. And, in an impetuous torrent of words, the excited boy poured out the story of his strange adventures since his purchase of the lamp. Mr. Wagstaff attempted to interrupt him several times, but was restrained by the professor. If you don't believe me yet, said Chris in conclusion, I'll go and get the lamp and prove that every word I have told you is true. Calm yourself, Christopher, said Professor Thwacker, laying his hand kindly on the boy's shoulder and looking down into his eyes with an expression of genuine concern. Do not allow this matter to excite you so greatly. Have no fear. You shall not be punished either by your father or by myself, now that we understand your case. I should strongly recommend an entire cessation of study for the present and a complete change of scene and surroundings, added the professor, turning to Mr. Wagstaff. You really believe I'm crazy. I can see that, exclaimed Chris. And I don't know that I blame you. But you'll change your opinion when you see the genie. Shall I go and fetch the lamp now, father? In my opinion, it would be well to humor the unfortunate lad, whispered the professor in Mr. Wagstaff's ear. Where's the lamp, Christopher? Asked his father. It's up in the garret, sir. Go and get it. scarcely with the last word of command uttered when Chris was bounding up the stairs, eager to prove his sanity and the truth of his statement. As he took the lamp from the old chest, he said to himself, "I'm awful sorry I had to tell the whole story, but there was no help for it. Well, I'll make Father and the Professor promise not to tell anybody. Now, let's see if the lamp is in working order." He rubbed it, and the genie appeared. "What is it now?" he inquired, rather peevishly. "I just wanted to see," began the boy. Then he paused with wide-open mouth. A new and startling idea had occurred to him. It seemed like an inspiration. "You wanted to see what?" asked the genie. "I sincerely hope it is something outside this dull little one-horse place. Are you ready to make a sensible request of me at last?" "Change yourself into my double again," ordered Chris brusquely, and it was done. "Now what?" growled the genie. "It can't be school this time, for it's too late." "No, it isn't school," replied Chris, with a grin in which there was, perhaps, just a suspicion of malice, "but it's something that you won't like much better. To come to the point at once, I want you to go downstairs and take a flogging for me." "What?" roared the genie. "Don't make such noise," cautioned Chris. Then he informed his companion of what had just happened. "Go down and apologize humbly for having told such a preposterous story," he commanded in conclusion, "and take your thrashing like a man." "Your thrashing, you mean," returned the genie. "See here," he went on almost tearfully, "this is really too humiliating. Of course I've got to do it if you say so, but I put it to you as a lad of sense if it wouldn't be a great deal better for me to transport these two old men to a desert island somewhere. Or I could take you over to Europe in a few seconds and install you in, say, a palace in Florence or Vienna, where you would be surrounded by every luxury that the mind of a competent and painstaking genie could devise. Or—" "No, no, no," interrupted Chris emphatically. "I don't want you to do any of these things, at least not just now. Tomorrow I may decide to take a trip around the world or something of the sort. If I do, I'll let you know. But tonight all you have to do is obey my orders. Go down now, and mind you don't say anything that will get me into any new trouble." Without another word, the genie left the room, and Chris heard him heavily and reluctantly descending the stairs. Leaning over the balusters, the boy heard his luckless slave make a most humble apology to the two gentlemen, and the voice of Professor Thwacker reached his ears, exclaiming, "I would not have believed such duplicity possible in a lad of your tender age, Christopher. Your ease is without a parallel in my somewhat extensive experience." "And you thought he was crazy, Professor," added Mr. Wagstaff. "I knew better than that, but I am as much as amazed as you at the boy's outrageous conduct. Christopher," in his sharpest, most incisive tone, "tell me, without further parley, who the wretched man who called himself Jukes really is." "He was just an old fellow that I hired to help me out of the scrape," replied the bogus Chris. "I don't know what his real name is." "Where is he to be found?" "I don't know that either, sir. He has gone out of town. He is a tramp." "He did not look like a tramp," interposed Professor Thwacker. "I shall make searching inquiries as to his identity, Professor," said Mr. Wagstaff, "and rest assured, sir, he will be found and punished. But, at the present moment, another pressing and painful duty confronts me. Come here, Christopher." A brief silence ensued, followed by the sound of several whacks, after which came a succession of cries in a youthful voice. "I'm sorry for the genie," muttered Chris, "but I'm glad I'm not in his place. And after all, he's only getting punished for what he did himself. There's no reason in the world why I should take the thrashing." At the expiration of perhaps 5 minutes, the listening boy heard his father say, in the tone of a person quite exhausted by emotion or violent exercise, "There, sir! I hope this chastisement, which has been far more painful to me than it has to you, will have the effect that my words have failed to produce. Go to your room and do not leave it again until tomorrow morning." The genie left the study and slowly ascended the stairs, sobbing bitterly. The tears were running down his cheeks when he again entered Chris's presence. "Well," he sniveled, "I hope you're satisfied now. I'm a good many thousand years older than you are, but I've never endured anything like that in all my days." And he burst into a fresh paroxysm of grief. "I wouldn't be such a baby if I were you," said Chris, gazing upon him with something like disgust. "I've taken worse lickings than that, and never made a sound. Why didn't you take this one, if you like them so much?" grumbled the genie. "My tastes run in quite a different direction, I assure you. I'd like to know right now, if it's all the same to you, how long this sort of thing is to be kept up, because if it is going to be a daily occurrence, I shall govern myself accordingly, that's all." There was a peculiar ring in the genie's voice, a meaning expression on his face that Chris did not like. "Oh, it isn't likely that you will ever be thrashed again," he said. "This affair today was brought about by a queer combination of circumstances. Nothing of the sort could happen a second time." "Well, I hope it won't for the sake of all concerned," responded the spirit. There is a limit to the patience even of a genie. At this moment Chris heard footsteps ascending the stairs. "My father is coming!" he exclaimed. "He mustn't see us together." The genie looked a little frightened, and his voice trembled slightly as he hurriedly said, "I guess I better be going. You won't need me again tonight, I suppose." No, be off at once. I'll let you know when I need you," replied the boy in an excited whisper. "Go!" Scarcely had the genie disappeared when Mr. Wagstaff entered the garret. "Humph! You seem to have recovered with singular rapidity from the effects of your recent punishment," said his father, observing that there were no traces of tears on the boy's face. Chris did not venture a reply. "I told you," continued Mr. Wagstaff, "to go to your room. Why did you come here?" "I'm going now, sir," said Chris. "I only came up to get my lamp." And he picked up his treasure, which lay on top of the old chest. "I will take charge of that," announced his father, extending his hand to receive the lamp. No!" cried the boy in a panic. "You can't have it. I must keep that myself." "Give it to me, sir," cried the irate parent, his face flushing. Chris reluctantly handed him the lamp. To his horror, his father tossed it out the open window. "Don't let me see that thing again," he said, "and now go to your room." "Oh, father," entreated the boy, "let me go and get the lamp first. I don't want to lose it. I can't lose it. "To your room," said Mr. Wagstaff. "Do not try my patience too far, Christopher." Chris dared not say another word. He went to his room, threw himself on the bed, and began reflecting upon the strange events of the day, and the singular position in which he was now placed. He told himself that it was extremely unlikely that anyone would find the lamp, which he was sure must have fallen in a clump of currant bushes just under the window. As soon as everyone in the house was asleep, he would steal out and repossess himself of it. Then he would hide it where no one could possibly find it. While awaiting a suitable time to act upon this determination, Chris made a number of good resolutions. He keenly felt the position in which he was placed. He had lost the good opinion of his father, of his teachers, and of his schoolmates. He made up his mind that he would regain their esteem. His previous reputation at the academy had, perhaps, not been the best, as lazy as Chris Wagstaff had been a byword with the boys, but the high-handed acts of the genie had given him a notoriety which, he told himself, he did not deserve, and which he determined to live down very quickly. The slave of the lamp had been the direct means of putting him in this position, and he should get him out of it. He should aid him to cover himself with glory in the eyes of all who knew him. Yes, of all the world. His cheeks flushed, his heart beat with unwonted rapidity as he thought of the great future that awaited him, a future the dazzling brilliancy of which blinded all eyes to his insignificant past. The hours dragged slowly on, but at last Chris heard the bell in the town hall strike the hour of 11, and he rose and cautiously opened his door. The lights were extinguished. Silence reigned throughout the house. The boy crept downstairs noiselessly, unfastened the front door, and tiptoed out. A few moments later, he was eagerly seeking among the currant bushes for the precious lamp. It took but a few minutes' search to convince him that it was not there. He then proceeded to explore every inch of ground within at least 200 feet of the window from which his treasure had been thrown. But his quest was unsuccessful. The lamp was gone. End of Section 4.
Section 5 of Chris and the Wonderful Lamp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann. Chris and the Wonderful Lamp by Albert Stearns. Chapter 5, in which Chris takes medical advice and a long walk. Chris returned to his room in a state of mind bordering on despair. The wonderful lamp was now undoubtedly in the possession of another. The genie's allegiance had been transferred to someone who, the boy told himself, was sure to make a better use of the power than he had. Through a strange combination of circumstances, the lamp had brought him nothing but misfortune, but its new owner might outdo Aladdin in the accomplishment of his ambitious desires. But the chances are he'll never find out what kind of a lamp it is, reflected the lad. Professor Huckster didn't, that's sure, and he had the lamp maybe 50 years. I'll advertise for it in the Dusenbury Bugle, offer a reward of $100 and make the genie pay it. No, I won't either. That would make the fellow that found it suspicious, and he might think of robbing it. I'll just say a suitable reward. I'll take the advertisement to the Bugle office the first thing in the morning. And now, as I can't do anything more tonight, I may as well go to sleep. But this was more easily said than done. Though Chris was usually in the land of Nod within a very few seconds after his head touched the pillow, it was almost daylight before he sank into an uneasy slumber, filled with dreams in which his father and Professor Thwacker and the genie conspicuously figured. He was awakened by a succession of raps upon his door and his father saying, "Chris, it is 8 o'clock. "I'll be right down, sir," responded the boy, springing out of bed. "Open the door," said Mr. Wagstaff. "There is someone here who wants to see you." "Who is it?" asked Chris in surprise. "It's Dr. Ingalls," was the reply in his mother's voice. "He wants to have a little talk with you, Chris." Wondering what in the world this could mean, the boy unlocked and opened the door. His mother fluttered in, followed by his father and the doctor. The faces of all three showed Chris that something unusual had happened or was about to happen. "Nothing the matter, is there?" he asked with wide-open eyes. "My dear boy," cried his mother, "go right back to bed. You might catch cold, and in your present condition, who can tell what the result would be? How do you feel?" "Pretty well," replied the bewildered boy as he jumped into bed. "I didn't sleep very well, though." "That's natural," said Dr. Ingalls in the queer cracked voice that always made Chris laugh. "It is just what I expected." "Oh, doctor," began Mrs. Wagstaff, "you don't think—" "No, I don't. Nothing of the sort," interrupted the physician. "Don't be frightened, ma'am," he added, stepping to the bedside. "Well, how are we this morning, Chris?" "Why, I'm all right," said Chris, sitting up in bed. "What's the matter?" "Nothing is the matter, nothing whatever," returned the doctor, trying so hard to wink slyly at Mr. Wagstaff that the boy could not help seeing him. "And of course you're all right. Haven't been troubled with headaches lately, have you now?" "Why, no," answered Chris. "Sometimes when I've studied very hard I have had a headache, but—" That's just it. That's just what I'm trying to get at," interposed Dr. Ingalls, with a meaning glance at Chris's parents. "Sometimes when you study very hard you have a headache. Exactly. Now, you've been studying pretty hard lately, haven't you?" "Not very," replied the boy. "Oh, yes, I think you have," said the old physician. "Fanny told me only a day or two ago that you were so far advanced in algebra that you could stump that you could puzzle even Professor Cipher, and he is a mathematician of no mean ability. Yes, Christopher, I fancy you have been overdoing your studying of late."
Here Mrs. Wagstaff interposed. "Chris," she said, taking the boy's hand tenderly in her own, "your father and I had a long talk about you last night, and we thought that maybe you had been working too hard. And so we made up our minds to consult Dr. Ingalls about giving you a little vacation. After 2 or 3 weeks' rest, I'm sure you'll be all right again." "Why, I'm all right now," declared Chris. "Of course I shouldn't mind a vacation, but I don't believe that I need it."
"It will do you no harm," said the doctor, "provided you do not overexert yourself. I must also impress upon your mind the necessity of allowing nothing to excite you. And," drawing a vial filled with small white pellets from his pocket, "take 4 of these every hour."
"But what do I need to take medicine for?" asked the boy in astonishment. "I'm not sick."
"Ahem. Not exactly sick, perhaps, but tired. That's it, tired," said Dr. Ingalls, who seemed a little embarrassed. "Perhaps we might call your complaint neurasthenia, nervous exhaustion."
"See here," exclaimed Chris. "It isn't possible, is it, that you think I'm not right in my head?" "Now, my dear boy," cried his mother, don't get excited. Of course we know you're all right in your head, but your nerves are a little unstrung from too much work. Now, if you'll stop to think, Chris dear, you have been rather erratic of late. Yes, doctor, I must speak. There was that strange story about the lamp that you told your father and Professor Thwacker, and afterward contradicted. And Huldah says you acted in a very singular way in the kitchen yesterday morning, quite unlike yourself. And when you brought home the sugar she sent you for, you threw it out of the window instead of taking it to the kitchen. And—"
"Now, ma'am, you really mustn't," interposed the doctor at this point. "If you continue to excite the patient, I will not be answerable for the result. Chris, my boy, how do you feel now?"
The lad understood by this time that he was a victim of circumstantial evidence. He saw the impossibility of explaining the situation so that his parents and the doctor would understand it, so he replied calmly, "I never felt better, doctor, but I'll take the vacation and the medicine if you say so. And now I'd like to get up."
"By all means, my boy. After a light but nutritious breakfast, I should advise a walk of a mile or 2, but do not indulge in any violent exercise, physical or mental."
Mr. and Mrs. Wagstaff and the doctor withdrew from the room, and Chris began dressing. "Well," he mused with an angry laugh, "it's plain enough that they think me crazy. But just let me get that lamp again, and I'll show them whether I am or not. Oh, I must find it. That's all there is about it." He hurried on his clothes and went down to breakfast. His mother hovered about him, ministering to his every want with even more than her usual tender solicitude. When he had finished the meal, she inquired anxiously, "How do you feel now, Chris?" "First rate," replied the boy. "I guess I'll go and take a walk." "Yes, that's what the doctor advised. But hadn't I better go with you, dear?" "Oh, no," replied Chris hastily. "Why, you couldn't keep up with me." "I don't know that I could." "Well, be very careful not to catch cold. Hadn't you better put on your overcoat? It's a real sharp morning." "I don't need it, mother," and the youth bolted out of the door to avoid further expressions of anxiety in his behalf. He commenced another search for the lamp, but his quest, like that of the previous night, was unsuccessful. He desisted at last, in despair, and was about to start for the Bugle office to insert his advertisement when Huldah called to him from the kitchen. "Say, Chris, come here a minute, will you? I want to see you." "What is it?" asked the boy, approaching the door where she stood. "What was the doctor doing in your room this morning?" "Oh, don't bother me!" And Chris turned impatiently on his heel. "Ain't sick, are you?" persisted the girl. "No, I'm not." "Well, you needn't be so short." "Wait a minute, can't you? What was you looking for out there?" "Something I lost," replied Chris, walking away. "Well, you needn't tell me if you don't want to," Huldah shouted after him, "for I know. It was that old lamp, and I'll tell you one thing, you'll never see it again."
The boy turned abruptly and retraced his steps, his face aflame with excitement. "What do you mean?" he cried. "What do you know about it?" "More'n you think," answered the girl with a malicious smile. "Your ma gave me that lamp, and I made up my mind I wouldn't let you have it. When your pa threw it out of the window last night, I heard it fall, and I went out and picked it up." "And you've got it? Why didn't you tell me so when you saw me looking for it?" "I thought I'd let you hunt till you got tired." "Now see here, Huldah," began Chris in a conciliatory tone. "I want that lamp." "Oh, you do?" laughed the girl. "Yes, I do. It belonged to old Professor Huxter, and I bought it at the auction for 10 cents, and I want to keep it as a memento. I'll buy it from you." "If you'd talked that way yesterday," said Huldah, "we might have struck a bargain, but you're too late now." "Why, what do you mean?" cried the boy, turning pale. "I told you I had a use for the lamp, and so I had. The old thing is a good many miles from here now." "Where is it?" gasped Chris. "In Hallelujah Pettingill's wagon," replied Huldah complacently. "I swapped it off with a lot of other old things for a dress pattern. Want to see it, Chris? It's just the prettiest piece of caliker you'll find in these parts. Hallelujah said he couldn't have let me have it, only he got it at a bankrupt sale, dirt cheap. Wait till you see it." "Do you mean to say," demanded the boy, "that you actually gave that lamp to Hallelujah Pettingill for a calico dress?" "Of course I do. Why not?" returned Huldah, who could not help being somewhat impressed by the look of blank despair on Chris's face. "I had to give him a lot of other things besides, too. I don't know as I'd have given him the lamp, but he saw it and took quite a notion to it, and so I let him have it. Why, I didn't suppose you cared so much about it, and I didn't know you thought so terrible much of Professor Huxter anyway." "Which way did Hallelujah's wagon go?" asked Chris, who had scarcely heard the girl's explanation. "Toward Newville. He said he'd get to Hartford by night." "What time was it when you gave him the lamp?" "I don't know. About 7:30, I guess." "Why, you don't mean to say that you're going to chase after him, Chris Wagstaff?" There was no reply. The boy had already started in pursuit of the peddler. It was then nearly 9:30. Chris felt sure that he could overtake the new owner of the lamp by noon. Hallelujah Pettingill was one of the now nearly extinct race of traveling merchants who were prepared to supply their customers at short notice with almost anything, from a porous plaster to a mowing machine, a paper of pins to a road wagon. If New England can claim an aristocracy, Hallelujah must have had an indisputable right to be classed among its members, for he was a direct descendant of one of the old Puritan families. In person he was as long, lank, and lean as the longest, lankest, and leanest of his forefathers, but on his smooth-shaven face there was an expression of good humor, and in his keen gray eyes a sly twinkle that were not observable in the portraits of his ancestors, Azaria Pettingill and Purity, his wife, that hung in solemn and dusty grandeur in the old town hall in Dusenbury Centre. Despite the truth of the peddler's boast that he was as cute as they make 'em, and that he seldom got the wrong end of a bargain, he was a general favorite all along his route. His visits were eagerly looked for by all sorts and conditions of people, for he had a never-failing stock of gossip, a ready fund of anecdote, and was always in good humor. Chris was certain that by walking briskly he could catch up with Hallelujah by 12 o'clock, for the peddler's heavy wagon moved slowly and made many stops. His reflections during his tramp were not of the pleasantest nature. 1,000 fears haunted and tormented him. Hallelujah might have lost the lamp, he might have sold it, or perhaps he had already discovered its wonderful properties, in which case he would, of course, refuse to surrender it. Poor Chris! It was a most dismal walk for him. It lacked but 10 minutes of noon when he came in sight of the peddler's high wagon, which looked like a house on wheels. It stood outside the widow Peckham's cottage, about half a mile from Newville, and Hallelujah and the widow were at the gate, engaged in an animated discussion. As the boy, who had quickened his pace, approached the couple, Mrs. Peckham entered the house, and Hallelujah prepared to climb to his lofty perch on the wagon. "Hallo!" shouted Chris. "Why, how-de-do, Chris," drawled the peddler, with his usual good-natured grin. What in time be you doing here?" "I want to see you a minute," panted Chris, coming up at a run. "Well, here I be," returned Hallelujah, "and just in trim for talking to. Had lots of practice during the last 10 minutes. They say Miss Peckham talked her man to death, and I believe there's something in the story. If I warn't so used to dickering with women folks, she'd a got the best of me in a trade just now, sure as ye'o born. Talked till my head begun to swim, b'gosh, and it takes an all-fired smart woman to make Hallelujah Pettingill dizzy. What do you think she wanted me to do, Chris? Wanted me to swap the slickest piece of dress goods you ever set your 2 eyes onter. All wool as I'm a sinner, for pumpkins. Think o' that. And pumpkins is thick this fall as flies in a molasses barrel." As the peddler stopped to catch his breath, Chris, who had had ample time to recover his, said, "Hallelujah, I want to see you on business." "Well, I hain't got much time. Fact is, I'm going to have dinner with the Wilkinsons, and you know, mebbe, how Miss Wilkinson is. The vittles is on the table at 12 o'clock sharp, and she wouldn't wait for the governor herself. And this is biled dinner day, too, so I don't keer over much about being late. Did Huldy send you?" "I," began the boy, but the loquacious Hallelujah continued in the same breath. "'Cause if she ain't satisfied with that piece of caliker, I couldn't really do nothing 'bout it, though they ain't no one I'd ruther oblige 'n Huldy Skinner. Her Aunt Nancy and me used ter keep company, Chris, and I've held little Huldy on my knee when she wa'n't no bigger 'n a pint o' cider. But I pinted about the flaw in the caliker, and it won't show a bit when it's made up, and it's jest her style. Gosh, I can imagine her in meetin' with that gown on. I don't calculate your folks'll keep her long arter Jed Beardsley sees her in that piece of caliker and one o' them red hats that she's so almighty fond on. No, Chris, I dunno I see my way clear to take back the goods. All she gi'n me for it, anyway, was 30 cents, 10 pounds of rags, and an old hat o' your father's and a pewter lamp." "But I don't want you to take it back," broke in Chris. "And Huldah doesn't either. What I want to see you about is that old lamp. Of course it isn't worth anything to you." "Well, I dunno about that," returned Hallelujah with a cunning leer. "You see, things like that is worth just about what they'll fetch. Now, for my use, that there lamp wouldn't be worth no more in its valley as old pewter or whatever it's made of, but there's folks that'd run miles arter a thing like that and pay a good price for it, too, to put on to their parlor centre tables. By jingle, Chris, I believe that's Miss Wilkinson's dinner horn now." "I won't keep you more than a minute longer," said Chris hurriedly. "To come right to the point, I want to buy that lamp. What will you sell it for?" "I can't sell it to you, Chris," replied the peddler, slowly and deliberately ascending to his seat on the wagon. "Why can't you?" cried the boy. "'Cause," responded Hallelujah, picking up the reins, "'tain't mine to sell. I disposed on it an hour ago." End of section 5.
Section 6 of Chris and the Wonderful Lamp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Chris and the Wonderful Lamp by Albert Stearns. The Genie is given an opportunity for practice, of which he avails himself with startling results. "You've sold the lamp?" exclaimed Chris. The boy's evident agitation made such an impression upon Hallelujah that he paused in the act of starting his horses and said, "Yes, 'twasn't worth much, Chris, between you and me, but she took a shine to it, so I let her have it." "Who did?" cried the lad. "Why, Miss Taylor, Elnathan Taylor's wife, you know. She's great on this here bricky-brack, and she took the greatest notion you ever see to that there lamp. Nothing would do but she must have it. But where you be going, Chris?" For the boy had already turned his face Dusenbury ward. "To Mrs. Taylor's," was the reply. "I must have that lamp." "Well, hold on," said Hallelujah. "She hain't got it. I thought you said you had sold it to her." "So I did, but I ain't delivered it yet." Chris's heart leaped for joy. "Then you've got it with you?" he exclaimed. "I'll pay you more for it than Mrs. Taylor would, hallelujah." With the most exasperating deliberation, apparently unmindful of a Joshua-like blast from Mrs. Wilkinson's big dinner horn, the peddler wound the reins around the whip, gazed meditatingly at nothing in particular for several seconds, and then delivered himself as follows. "You see, it's like this, Chris, though what I'm a-going to say I don't want to have go no further. Miss Taylor's credit ain't none of the best. Now mind, I don't say there's a nicer woman in the whole county than she is, and I don't know's I think there is, but they do say as how El Nathan's all so fired close that she just has to scheme and connive for all she's worth to keep the breath of life into her. She ain't never got no money, and she owes me yet for a wash biler I sold her last August, though I don't want you to say nothing about that. She gave me 35 cents on account, and that's all I ever got or ever expect to get. But ain't going to be that way with this here lamp. As soon as she sees it, she says, 'Hallelujah, I got to have that.' 'How much is that?' she says. 'Miss Taylor,' I says, 'that there piece of bric-a-brac ain't no cheap stock. It's imported,' I says, 'and so 'tis. I see that as soon as I look at it. My first price,' says I, 'is my last price, and won't be no use haggling.' 'And what is your price, hallelujah?' she says. $1, I says. 'I'll take it,' says she, as quick as that. 'I'll take it, and here's a quarter. The rest I'll give you next time you come around.' 'No, marm,' I said, 'that wouldn't do. I'll take the quarter and keep the lamps for you till you get the balance. When you give it to me, the lamp's yourn.' First she wouldn't hear to that, for she was 'specting the sewing circle this afternoon, and when she see I was sot, she give in and paid me the quarter, and I put the lamp away in the box under the seat." "And is it there now?" cried the boy, who had previously made several vain attempts to interrupt his companion. "That's just where 'tis," was the reply, "and Miss Taylor'll get it as soon as she's ready to pay me my 75 cents, and not afore. I cal'late she'll have the money next time I get round." "I'll pay you more than she will for it," said Chris breathlessly. "I'll give you $1.50. Hallelujah shook his head. "A bargain's a bargain," he said. "I can't do it. It wouldn't be treating Miss Taylor fair." "The chances are she'll never pay you," said Chris. "I'll give you cash down." "I oughtn't to let it go less than $1.75 arter all the trouble I had with it," said the peddler. "Missed my dinner on account of the blame thing, I suppose." "I'll give you $1.75, cried the boy. "Well, I'll take it," responded Hallelujah, rising and opening the box. "I'll put that quarter down to Miss Taylor's credit on account of the washing biler. There seems to be such a call for this here bric-a-brac lamps that I guess I'll have to lay in a stock of 'em. Here you be, Chris." Concealing his exultation by a strong effort, the boy seized the precious lamp, handed Hallelujah his money, and turned away with a hasty good-bye, while the peddler resumed his journey. Chris's first impulse was to summon the Genie and order a coach and four to convey him back to South Dusenbury. He was about to rub the lamp when the rattle of wheels behind him caused him to turn, and he saw approaching at a rapid rate Dr. Ingalls' buggy, drawn by old One-Eyed Nancy, and containing the doctor himself. "How are you, Chris?" cried the old gentleman, bringing the vehicle to a standstill as it reached the boy. "Been taking my advice, have you? But you've walked too far. I told you not to overdo, you know. Jump in and ride back with me." Chris was strongly tempted to amaze and confound Dr. Ingalls by an impromptu exhibition of his marvelous power, but he was not quite ready to make his secret public property. So he restrained the impulse and said, "Thank you, doctor. I am pretty tired." "Of course you are," returned the doctor, as his patient stepped into the buggy. "You mustn't walk so far the next time, and you'll be late for dinner, but not very, for Nancy can cover the ground in half an hour. Get along." During the ride, Dr. Ingalls made an earnest attempt to diagnose the boy's case, and asked him a large number of questions regarding his health and habits during the preceding few months, to all of which queries Chris replied with perfect good nature, for he was too well pleased at having recovered the wonderful lamp to be in the least annoyed. He found his father and mother anxiously awaiting him when, after securely locking the lamp in his desk, he joined them in the dining room. "Have you been taking a walk, Christopher?" asked Mr. Wagstaff, in a rather constrained tone. "Yes, sir. I walked to Newville and rode back with Dr. Ingalls," replied Chris. "Huldah tells me you went in search of that old lamp," continued his father. "I did, sir." "Did you find it?" "Yes, sir." Mr. Wagstaff's face flushed slightly. He was about to speak again, but desisted at a warning glance from his wife, and the meal was eaten almost in silence. As they rode from the table, Chris said, "Father, you don't know what to make of a good many things that have happened lately, but you'll understand them before long, maybe this very afternoon." "I think I do understand them," replied his father. "Oh, no, you don't, sir. Father, I'd like to go to school this afternoon." "You cannot, Christopher. Dr. Ingalls' orders must be obeyed. You must refrain from all mental and physical exertion." "Take some nice quiet book, Chris, one that won't excite you," advised Mrs. Wagstaff tenderly. "Say the Pilgrim's Progress, and go out on the porch and read a while. That's the best thing he can do. Don't you think so, Pa?" Mr. Wagstaff, who had his full share of the average man's dislike and intolerance of sickness in the house, and who was quite as much annoyed as alarmed at Chris's sudden and singular illness, stalked out of the room without vouchsafing a reply. "He doesn't mean to be unsympathetic," said the fond mother, passing her arm around the boy's neck, "but he has 2 or 3 legal matters on hand now that worry him a great deal, and your coming down so suddenly just at this time has quite upset him." "But I haven't come down, Mother," said Chris, with a touch of impatience in his voice. "Don't you see that if— But no, of course you can't understand it. You will, though, soon, and then you and Father will see that you've done a lot of worrying for nothing." He stepped out upon the porch, not, however, taking the Pilgrim's Progress with him, and seating himself with his elbows on his knees and his head in his hands, began seriously considering the relative advantages and disadvantages of several plans that had suggested themselves to him for making the fact of his succession to Aladdin's power and greatness known to the world. His mother, looking out the window for the 20th time nearly an hour later, saw him suddenly raise his head and heard him burst into a hearty fit of laughter and exclaim, "That's the idea! I'll do it!" "Oh, Chris, what is it?" she cried, hurrying to the door. "Don't look so worried, Mother," said the boy. "It's the best joke of the season. Yes, of the century. I can't tell you what it is now, but you'll know very soon." He ascended to his room, obtained a lamp, carefully wrapped it in paper, and with it under his arm started at a brisk pace for Chadwick's Acre, a lonely tract of stony, unproductive ground about half a mile from the village. His destination reached, Chris looked cautiously about him to make sure that there were no witnesses. Then he unwrapped the lamp and gave it a rub. The next instant the Genie stood before him, this time in a role of Pulsifer Jukes. "Well, what is it?" he asked apprehensively. "Are you in trouble with your folks again?" "No," replied Chris. "Everything is lovely at home. There's nothing to complain of there." "Ah, then I suppose it's at the academy. Now see here, if it's a thrashing, I've got a new scheme. I want to send a substitute. I'll guarantee him painstaking and competent, and I'd feel awfully obliged if you'd use him. Honest, I'm not equal to the task today." And the Genie looked anxiously into his master's face. "It isn't a thrashing," said Chris, "so you needn't worry." "What is it, then?" the Genie asked, with an ill-concealed sigh of relief. "Well," replied the owner of the lamp, "I'm thinking of giving the people hereabouts a surprise. I want to let them see that I amount to a little more than they think." "Now that's the way I like to hear you talk," declared the Genie, his face lighting up. "I've been trying to instill ideas like that in your mind all along, but you wouldn't pay any attention to me. However, I don't hold any grudge against you on that account. Let bygones be bygones. Now let's have fun. You have no idea what a sense of humor I have. Why, I'm the most playful Genie you ever met. I'd do most anything for a good laugh. Say, what shall we do to astonish the natives? What do you think of a cyclone? Never had one in these parts, did you?" "No, and we won't have one if I can help it," responded Chris testily. I don't want to kill off the entire population. You needn't kill anybody, interrupted the genie. A few bones might be broken, but even that could be avoided if you were very particular. Still, a cyclone is a cyclone, you know, and not a zephyr. And I tell you frankly, I much rather not undertake to engineer it at all unless you give me carte blanche. I have a reputation to maintain, though you may not think of it. The genie's flushed face and high-pitched angry voice showed that his patience was sorely tried. Observing this, and remember his covert threat on a previous occasion, Chris thought it well to make an attempt to conciliate him. That's all right, he said. If I wanted a cyclone, I'd leave it entirely to you, and I've no doubt you'd manage it in a first-class style. But I don't. You might try one anyway, cried the genie eagerly. You have no idea what fun it would be. Not today, replied Chris. Now listen, he continued quickly, as the loquacious genie evinced an inclination to interrupt him again. I'm placed in a false position before everyone, and I don't like it. It's no one's fault but your own, said the genie, with an uncompromising shake of the head. My folks think I am crazy, went on the boy, and very likely that's what they believe at school, too. I shouldn't wonder, replied the slave of the lamp. And can you blame them? The upshot of the business is that you haven't used your power with any judgment. You have persisted in placing yourself and me in the most embarrassing positions, and I suppose you'll keep right on doing so. No, I shan't, said Chris earnestly. I'm going to start in on an entirely different plan. And after all, most of the unpleasant things that have happened since I bought the lamp haven't been my fault at all. They were just hard luck. It is the way of the world, said the genie, to rail at fate when we are forced to suffer the natural consequences of our own rash and willful acts. They who tread the path of rectitude seldom have occasion to complain of hard luck. He wagged his head solemnly and looked so intensely virtuous that Chris was strongly reminded of the picture of the good old clergyman in the illustrated edition of the Vicar of Wakefield on the parlor center table. You're a nice one to talk that way, cried the boy indignantly. Why, I never told such a whopper in my life as the one you made Professor Thwacker believe. Well, I didn't think that even you would be mean enough to reproach me with that, said the genie with a look of deep disgust. The whopper, as you call it, was told at your bidding and in the strict line of my duty. It was your whopper a good deal more than mine. I should think your conscience would tell you that. Never mind, he added, waving his hand haughtily, as Chris attempted to speak. We won't discuss the matter. It is only another point upon which you and I do not agree. And now, not to waste any more time, mine is worth something, if yours isn't. Why haven't you summoned me? I'd have told you long ago if you had given me a chance to get in a word edgewise, returned Chris. I'm going to astonish the people of South Dusenbury. You said that before. What do you mean to do? Delegate me to take a few more floggings? Speak out. Don't be bashful. Of course I don't mean to do anything of the sort, said Chris in a conciliatory tone. I only want you to give the people an exhibition of the great powers I know you to possess. A truce to compliments, said the genie, still brusquely, though his master could see by the softening of the lines about his mouth that he was not insensible to the delicate tribute to his ability. Tell me exactly what you want me to do. Well, said Chris, a little at ease, I want you to do a lot of things, but first we must have a rehearsal. A rehearsal? What for? I don't understand you. It's been so long, you see, stammered the boy, evading his companion's questioning eye, since you have built a palace or anything of that sort, that you must need a little practice. Nonsense, snorted the genie. I'm not a builder by trade, and I haven't put up so much as a woodshed in thousands of years, but I keep my eyes and ears open, and I'm right abreast of the times. I haven't the smallest doubt that I could run you up the neatest and most commodious palace you ever saw in your life, and while you wait, and I don't need any practice. It won't do you any harm anyhow, said Chris, and I'd like first rate to see you do it. Anything to oblige, returned the genie, between his set teeth. Some people would show a little more, but never mind. Issue your orders, and they shall receive prompt attention. What is it to be? A palace? Yes, and right now. There was a sudden sound like the rushing of a mighty wind, then a blinding glare of light. Chris staggered back a few paces and uttered a low cry of fear, covering his eyes with his hands. Then came a strange silence, broken almost immediately by the voice of the genie. What's the matter with you? Why, you're as white as a sheet and trembling like a leaf. Just cast your eye over this building and tell me candidly, what do you think of it? Chris removed his hands from his eyes. The next moment, an exclamation of amazement burst from his lips. Chadwick's Acre was half covered by a magnificent marble edifice, many stories in height, and of oriental and extremely ornate style of architecture. At the entrance stood the genie, rubbing his hands and smiling complacently. Didn't think you'd stop me, did you? You gave me mighty short notice, but I flatter myself I've made rather a neat job of it. It's wonderful, gasped Chris. Oh, it's fair to middling, said the genie, shrugging his shoulders. I acknowledge I haven't put my best work on it, for I don't like the location. It's too lonely, too out of the way for yours truly. Still, there'll be an improvement in that respect before long. This palace is bound to raise the price of property in the neighborhood at least 500%. You mark my words, there'll be a real estate boom right here before you and I are many days older. Tell your father if he has any surplus capital to invest that there is now offered to him the chance of a lifetime. But come right in and inspect the interior. I want to see how your ideas as to the furnishing and artistic decoration agree with mine. As he finished speaking, the door was opened by a liveried attendant, who bowed obsequiously and said, Welcome home, Master Chris. I hopes as how you'll find everything to your liking. English servants are the best in the world to my way of thinking, whispered the genie in Chris's ear, and you'll find them all through the palace, except in the kitchen. There I have established a French chef who can make a soufflé that is a dream, sir, a dream. Well, shall we go up in the elevator, or would you like to walk? Chris expressed a preference for the latter mode of locomotion, and they started up a grand staircase, which the genie stated was an exact duplicate of that in the Grand Opera House in Paris. Electric lights all through, you observe, continued the genie, his face flushed with excitement. Hot and cold water in all the rooms. In short, every modern improvement that suggested itself to me in the very brief time you allowed me. I might have given you 5 minutes or so longer if I had thought, said Chris, half apologetically. Well, I wish you'd thought, returned the genie. Aladdin gave me an entire night, which made the erection of his palace merely child's play. But after all, you got just about as good a building. It's entirely different, though, except in one particular. What is that? Wait till we get to the top floor and you'll see, replied the genie with a mysterious smile. There's something up there that will interest you, and we'll get lots of fun out of it. Chris's curiosity was aroused, and although they were then only on the 3rd floor, he insisted upon taking the elevator at once and ascending to the upper story. The journey was made in remarkable quick time. Scarcely half a dozen seconds had elapsed when the elevator boy called out, 12th and last, straight ahead for the grand salon. Now then, said the genie with animation as they stepped from the car, I suppose you remember about the grand salon that Aladdin got me to put on the top floor of his palace. Oh, yes, replied Chris, smiling at the recollection. The walls were of gold and silver in alternate layers, and there were 24 windows, 6 on each side. Exactly, interrupted his companion, and the lattices of 23 of those windows were enriched with diamonds, rubies, and emeralds, while the 24th was left entirely unadorned. I remember, said Chris, the Sultan, Aladdin's father-in-law, tried to finish that window in the same style as the rest, but after he had used up all the jewels he could lay his hands on, he threw up the job, and then you finished it in a few seconds. That's right, laughed the genie. I don't think I ever had so much fun in my life as I did watching the old Sultan trying to decorate that window. He worked like a horse. I'll give him full credit for that, and even went so far as to have the jewels dug out of his crown and replaced with paste. But what was the use? He couldn't compete with me, as a matter of course. Now then, I'm going to show you an exact reproduction of that salon. An ebony and pearl door, before which they had been standing, flew open, revealing a room of such surpassing beauty and magnificence that Chris exclaimed, "Why, the fellow who wrote the Arabian Nights didn't half do this justice." "Just what I've always said," rejoined the genie. "He was a bright, brainy young chap, but painfully careless and slovenly, especially in description. We must have a delegation of New York and Boston reporters on here to write up this room. I'll pay for a special train for them and entertain them at my own expense. I couldn't say fairer than that, could I? But now I'll tell you what I meant when I said we'd get lots of fun out of this room. I want you and your father to get Congress to make a big appropriation to complete that 24th window. I'll be back of you all the time, you understand, and you'll get the appropriation, be sure of that. We'll make it a condition that they forfeit the money if they don't succeed in making the lattice quite equal to the others, and we'll agree to give them the building if they do. Now, as they can't possibly do it, don't you see that it'll be first-class speculation? And think of the fun. Why, we—" "Nonsense," interrupted Chris. "It's out of the question." "Why is it out of the question?" cried the genie excitedly. "Why, it seems to me nothing could be simpler." "See here," said Chris very sharply, for he felt it was about time they reached an understanding. "Are you my slave, or am I yours?" "If it comes to that," replied the genie, somewhat reluctantly, with a look of mingled anger and surprise, "I suppose I am yours, and the lamp's." "Then please pay a little more attention to what I say, and don't talk so much yourself. Didn't I tell you that I only had you put up this palace as an experiment?" "An experiment?" almost shrieked the genie. "What do you mean?" "I mean just what I say," returned Chris firmly. "I got you to build a palace just for a little practice. I thought you might be a trifle rusty, and I wanted to be sure you could really do it. And it's got to disappear mighty soon, too, for I don't want anyone to see it." For nearly a minute the genie gazed steadily at his master without speaking, and there was a hard look on his face that the boy did not like. At last he said with an air of icy formality, "I think I understand you now, and I will try to make you understand me. Suppose we go down to the banquet hall. We can discuss the matter there over a glass of soda water, which I should decidedly recommend for a lad of your tender years." Chris nervously followed his slave to the elevator. "Be kind enough to let us off at the second floor, Watkins," said the genie to the elevator boy. When the banquet hall, a superb room done in ivory and gold, was reached, the evidently perturbed genie touched a bell and ordered the servant who appeared to bring some refreshments for Chris. Then he turned to Chris, saying, "Now let us come to an understanding. You can't think of how tired I am of—" But while the genie was speaking, the boy, who was standing by the window, had caught sight of 4 of his schoolfellows approaching at no very great distance, and he now interrupted his companion unceremoniously. "I can't stop to talk now," he said. "Make this place disappear, and in double quick time." He had scarcely uttered the last word when his magnificent surroundings vanished like a puff of smoke, and a cry of dismay escaped his lips as he felt himself falling. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Chris and the Wonderful Lamp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Rick Cordray. Chris and the Wonderful Lamp by Albert Stearns, Chapter 7, in which both Dr. Ingalls and the Genie offer advice, and Chris starts on a journey. 4 of the Academy boys, Scotty Jones, Fred Tobin, Will Bent, and Nat Marston, were approaching Chadwick's Acre on their way to Simms Pond. Suddenly, Will called out, "My gracious, fellows!" and came to an abrupt standstill, his hands uplifted, his mouth wide open, an expression of the utmost amazement on his face. The other boys halted too. "What's the matter with you?" demanded Scotty. "Haven't forgot to bring bait as you did last time, have you? Because if you have, you'll have to dig for 'em, for we haven't any more than we need, have we, fellows?" It's gone, gasped Will, whose face had grown strangely pale. Did you see it? See what? Cried Nat. Why, right over there. I saw it just as plainly as I see you. Was a building, said Will. Where? Chorused his companions. Right over on Chadwick's Acre. It was made of marble, and it was as big as the Fifth Avenue Hotel in New York, and 4 times as handsome. I saw lots of people moving around in it, too. And now it's gone. See here, Will Bent, said Scotty, who was inclined to be slangy when he felt the occasion demanded it. What are you giving us? It's true, I tell you, shouted Will excitedly. There's no mistake about it. But I'd hardly caught sight of it when it melted away, just like those dissolving views they had at the Methodist Church last week, only quicker. Where were your eyes, fellows? The boys acknowledged that they had been looking at a dark cloud that had come up in the west and speculating as to the probability of rain. But they, quite naturally, treated Will's story with derision. There's no trick about it, said Will, with intense earnestness. I did see the building right over there, and just as it disappeared, I thought I saw something or somebody fall over by that big rock. It looked like a man's body. Jingo, exclaimed Scotty. There is somebody lying over there. There's somebody lying over here, too, I think, said the skeptical Nat. But he followed his companions, who'd started at a run for the rock near the center of Chadwick's Acre. Scotty was the first to reach the rock. It's Chris, he cried, bending over the prostrate body of his chum and shaking it energetically. That'll do now, he continued, shouting in the boy's ear. It's no use playing possum with us. Let him alone, said Nat. Don't you see there's something the matter with him? Maybe he's had a fit. He's dead, is he? Scotty looked up with a white face, saying, I don't know, but he is, fellows. No, he isn't either, said Will, who'd placed his hand over Chris's heart. But I shouldn't wonder if he was badly hurt. Didn't I tell you I saw him fall? What has he got in his hand? Asked Nat. It looks like a lamp. It is a lamp, returned Scotty. It's the same one that Professor Thwacker took away from him yesterday. I wonder why he lugs that round with him. Never mind about that, said the practical Will. What we've got to do now is take him home. That's so, said Nat. Scotty, you run ahead and prepare his folks. His mother's very nervous, and if she saw us bringing him home and didn't know anything about it beforehand, she might faint. All right, responded Scotty, and he bounded away like an antelope. It is to be feared that he did not use a great deal of tact in breaking the news to Mrs. Wagstaff, for he had scarcely uttered a dozen words when the good lady fell to the floor. As if, as Hudda put it in describing the event to Jed Beardsley that evening, she'd been hit with a thunderbolt. When she recovered consciousness, Chris was bending over her, his face nearly as white as her own. Don't be frightened, Mother, he said, kissing her tenderly. I'm all right. Scotty thought I was badly hurt, but I'm not. Oh, Chris, cried Mrs. Wagstaff, folding him tightly in her arms. Are you sure you aren't? Of course I am. Ouch! Don't squeeze so hard, Mother. You'll hurt my side. You are hurt, Chris, cried the poor lady. Oh, tell me how it happened. Here, Dr. Ingalls, who had been summoned by the badly frightened Scotty, and who, assisted by that youth, had placed Mrs. Wagstaff upon the sofa, saw fit to assert himself. You mustn't allow yourself to become excited. You really mustn't, ma'am. There are no bones broken, I can assure you of that. Chris has had a fall, but has escaped very luckily, it seems to me. Now then, young gentlemen, turning to the 4 boys who were huddled in the doorway, each one looking as if he felt himself personally responsible for the accident, perhaps you can explain how this thing happened. I always knew you would lead Chris into some trouble with all your pranks, Scott Jones, wailed Mrs. Wagstaff. I didn't do it, ma'am, sputtered Scotty, almost tearfully. I was with the other fellows going to Sim's Pond and found him lying on the ground down at Chadwick's Acre." "And we picked him up," broke in Matt, "after we sent Scotty on ahead to tell you, and we were going to carry him home, but he came to just as we got to the sawmill, and he walked the rest of the way. I guess he isn't hurt much, Mrs. Wagstaff." "So, Chris, you have fits of dizziness occasionally, eh?" said Dr. Ingalls. "Never had anything of the sort in my life, Doctor," replied Chris promptly. "Then how did you happen to fall?" I can't tell exactly, Doctor," hesitated the boy, who was not ready to enter into explanations yet. "It was so sudden that I don't entirely understand it myself." "Exactly. An attack of vertigo, beyond the shadow of a doubt," said the doctor, very decidedly. "Don't be alarmed, Mrs. Wagstaff. We'll have Chris all right in no time. This is no more than I expected. I will make an examination to ascertain the exact nature of his injuries," continued Dr. Ingalls. "Step into the next room with me, Chris." The boy followed him. When they returned, a few minutes later, the physician's face wore a puzzled look. "His injuries are not serious," he said, "but I cannot account for the presence of so many severe contusions on his right side and arm, except by the supposition that he fell from some considerable height." "So he did," began Will, but he stopped abruptly at a warning glance from Chris and added, as the doctor fixed a piercing gaze upon him, At least, that's what I thought, too." "I think I understand this business," said Dr. Ingalls, addressing himself to Mrs. Wagstaff. "It is merely a boyish escapade, in which I imagine one of Squire Davis's apple trees figured prominently. Boys who are subject to vertigo should keep off the branches of trees. Come now, young gentlemen," turning to the boys, "don't you think you'd come a little nearer to the truth if you laid the scene of the accident not far from the squire's orchard?" The old gentleman's face wore a good-humored smile as he put this question. He'd been a boy himself once, and that period of his life did not seem so distant as it does to some old people. But he was disappointed at what he considered the utter lack of responsiveness in the youthful quartet. The four boys began to protest with great earnestness their entire innocence of the implied charge. He cut them short with, There, never mind. However the affair occurred, it's over now, and Chris has had a lucky escape, in my opinion. Be off with you now, and try to keep out of mischief the rest of the day." "Yes, do go," added Mrs. Wagstaff. "And as for you, Scott Jones, I wish you would never speak to Chris again." The boys filed out, poor Scotty at their head, all looking very sheepish and crestfallen. "Chris might as well go too," said the doctor. "I'd like a few words in private with you, Mrs. Wagstaff." So Chris started after the boys and overtook them just as they reached the road. "Say, Will," he whispered in the ear of that youth, "I want to speak with you a moment." Together, the two boys walked slowly back toward the house, and Chris asked, "What did you mean when you told the doctor that I fell from a height?" "Meant just that," replied Will laconically. "But what did you see? Why did you think—" "I don't know what I saw," broke in Will. "I can't understand it at all. But I thought I saw a big marble building standing on Chadwick's Acre. It disappeared like a flash, and then I thought I saw you falling." "Did any of the other fellows see it?" asked Chris excitedly. "No, and they wouldn't believe me when I told them about it." "Let them think you were trying to play a trick on them," said Chris, "and don't say a word about it to anyone." "But what does it all mean?" asked Will. "I can't explain now," replied Chris earnestly, "but you'll know all about it very soon. Tomorrow, maybe. And you'll say it's the biggest thing you ever heard of in your life. But I can't stop any longer. Mother's calling me. Now remember, not a word." He darted away, and Will ran on to rejoin the other boys. Mrs. Wagstaff and Dr. Ingalls stood in the doorway when Chris reached the house, and the former said, "Chris, the doctor says you must go out of town right away." "What for?" asked the boy rather blankly. "You've been far from well of late. You need an entire change of scene, my lad, and you're going to have it," said Dr. Ingalls. "How would you like to go and see your cousin Robert?" asked Mrs. Wagstaff. "I'd just as lief stay at home," replied Chris. "Why, only last week you begged me to let you go and spend a few days with him," exclaimed the anxious mother. "Yes, I know it, but you said I'd get too far behind with my studies, and I guess I should. I think I'd better wait until Christmas." "There'll be no school for you for the present," said the physician, very decidedly. "You've been working too hard of late." "But," began the boy. "It's no use objecting," interrupted Dr. Ingalls, smilingly. "All work and no play. You know the rest, Chris. You'll have to take a vacation." "Well, if I must go, I must," said Chris resignedly. "When shall I start?" "We'll settle that when Father comes home," replied Mrs. Wagstaff. "I think you ought to take the 8 o'clock train in the morning." "There should be no more delay than is absolutely necessary," said the doctor. "Now have a good time, Chris, and when you come back, you'll thank me for insisting upon the trip. Goodbye." "Don't look so troubled, Mrs. Wagstaff. There's nothing to worry about. Good afternoon." And he bustled away. As soon as Chris could escape from his tearfully solicitous mother, he went to his room, locked the door, and gave the lamp an angry rub. The genie appeared with his usual promptness. For a few seconds, master and slave stood facing each other in silence. "So," said Chris at last, "you're here, are you?" "Don't you see I am?" returned the genie. His face wore a hard, forbidding expression. "Any orders you may see fit to issue will receive prompt attention. What is it this time? Another palace?" "No, it isn't," snapped Chris. "I want to know what you meant by playing such a mean trick on me." "I am at a loss to understand you," said the genie coldly, and with a slight elevation of the eyebrows. "You know perfectly well what I mean," rejoined Chris angrily. "I told you to make that palace disappear." "Well, I did it, didn't I?" said the slave of the lamp. "It's gone, isn't it? I wasn't aware that any of it was left. However, if you are aware that such is the case, I shall give the matter my immediate attention." "You know well enough what I mean," said Chris. "The palace disappeared all right, but I fell 15 or 20 feet. "Did you indeed?" queried the genie. As he spoke, he pretended to brush a fly from his nose, but Chris saw plainly that he was only attempting to conceal a smile. "Yes, I did," cried the boy, almost fiercely. "Now see here, I didn't tell you to let me drop all that distance, did I?" "Nor did you tell me not to," was the genie's quick response. "You made no personal reference whatever, if my memory serves me right. I had my hands pretty full in getting that palace out of the way, and I had no time to think of you. Should anything of the kind occur again, it would be well for you to bear this experience in mind." This made Chris angrier than ever. The coolness and self-possession of the genie were certainly very provoking. "It would be well for you to bear it in mind, too," he cried. "I shan't stand many more such experiences." "No, I don't think you will," replied the genie, significantly. "It's a wonder to me you were not killed today. Now see here," he went on in an altered tone, "to get right down to business, if you think you can get your errands run and your palaces built any better by anyone else, go right ahead and engage that individual's services. Don't consider my feelings. I assure you I'm not at all anxious to continue the career of overwork and over-worry that you seem to have marked out for me. Why, my gracious, you don't appear to understand how this sort of thing is wearing on me. And it was so different with Aladdin. He always had a pleasant word for everyone. He wasn't a bit spoiled by prosperity. Why, I was almost like one of the family. Of course, he'd have his little joke once in a while, but it was always a harmless one. He was a gentleman, every inch of him. Oh, I tell you, and the genie sighed dismally, folks are not what they used to be. Those were the good old days. Well, you needn't take on so, said Chris, rather irritably. There are good times coming, too. They're a long while getting here, grumbled the genie, gazing discontentedly at the lamp. Whenever you get through talking, said the boy sharply, I'll tell you why I sent for you this time. I'm all attention, was the reply, uttered with an air of resignation. Let me know the worst at once. I've nothing to say that need worry you any, returned Chris. I wanted to warn you not to make another attempt on my life and tell you what has happened since the last time we met. And he informed his companion of the events that has succeeded the disappearance of the palace. The genie's face brightened up somewhat as he listened. Well, he said when Chris had finished, I think you're all wrong in making a mystery of the lamp and of me, and in allowing yourself to be so misunderstood. If I were oversensitive, I should think you were actually ashamed of me. But I'm not, and I don't care a rap. I'm rather pleased with the idea of this trip. We may get a good deal of fun out of it. Where does your cousin live? In Lincolnville. And where's that? About 20 miles east of this place. Well, I'll tell you what we'll do, chuckled the genie. When you're all ready to start, you give the lamp a rub, and I'll transport you there in a jiffy. Think how astonished your parents will be to see you tearing through the atmosphere at the rate of 100 miles a second, more or less. It will be a delicate hint to them that you are not to be dictated to and bossed around in the future, and will prepare them for coming exhibitions of your power. How's that for an idea? I tell you, 2 heads are better than 1, and the spirit laughed heartily. It won't do at all, said Chris. I'm not ready to let anybody know yet. It's always the way, cried the genie wildly. You seem to object on principle to everything I say and do. I can't even appear in a shape of my own choosing, but must disguise myself as a shriveled-up old man or a commonplace young schoolboy. Oh, it's galling, galling. You can appear in any shape you like in the future, returned Chris, a good deal nettled by the uncomplimentary reference to himself, so long as you keep a civil tongue in your head. Huh, was the genie's only response. And now, added the boy, you may go. I've said all I have to say at present. The angered spirit instantly vanished, and this time his disappearance was accompanied by a loud clap of thunder, which Chris felt could be construed only as an evidence of his disappointment and anger at the result of the interview. At the tea table that evening, Mr. Wagstaff discoursed learnedly on the singular phenomenon of a thunderclap on a clear, cool afternoon in October, explaining, to his own satisfaction, the natural causes that had produced it, and reprimanding Chris sharply for giggling in the midst of his remarks. Don't talk to him like that, Pa, cried Mrs. Wagstaff anxiously. You know the doctor said he mustn't be excited. Well, we'll drop the subject, said Chris's father. Then turning to the boy, he asked, Are you going to be ready for the 8 o'clock train tomorrow morning? Yes, sir, replied Chris, who had resigned himself to the inevitable. My bag is packed already. You needn't have done that, said his mother. Besides, I want to send some preserves to your Aunt Sabina. There's plenty of room for them in the bag, said the boy. You can put them in before I go. Chris overslept the next morning. His fond mother would not awaken him, and he only had time to swallow a hurried breakfast before starting for the railway station. He was obliged to run nearly all the way, and reached his destination just as the train halted, the air brakes wheezing asthmatically. His first thought, as soon as he was comfortably seated, was of the lamp, which he had placed in the bag the previous evening, and had not seen since. Of course it was all right, he told himself, but it would do no harm to look. He unlocked the valise, which was a small one, and inspected its contents. There were his clothes, 2 books, a jar of preserved watermelon rind, and 2 pickled peaches. But no lamp. Chris snapped the lock of the bag, sprang to his feet, and rushed to the door, his expressive face indicating all the anxiety and dismay he felt. "What's the matter, Chris?" asked Jotham Smiley, the brakeman. "Ain't forgot nothing, have you?" Without replying, the boy leaped from the train, which was just rumbling away from the station. In another moment, he and the valise were rolling down a steep embankment. End of Section 7.
Section 8 of Chris and the Wonderful Lamp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Chris and the Wonderful Lamp by Albert Stearns. Chris has a change of scene, and the Genie a change of masters. Chris was not in the least hurt by his fall. He was on his feet in a moment. Having regained possession of the valise, he started for home, filled with apprehension as to the fate of the wonderful lamp. He knew he had placed it in the bag. There could be no mistake about that. Who had removed it? Huldah, perhaps. She had coveted it. Indeed, she had claimed that it was her property. As this idea occurred to Chris, a cold perspiration started out on his brow, and he broke into a run, which he continued until he reached home. He burst into the sitting room, electrifying his mother with the excited demand, "Where is it?" "Oh, Chris, what has happened now?" cried Mrs. Wagstaff, dropping her sewing and springing to her feet. "Are you worse? Oh, I told the doctor that you ought not to be allowed to go alone. Did you miss the train? And see, Chris, the peach preserves are running out of the bag. You have broken one of the jars." "I guess it got smashed when I jumped off the train," said Chris, "but—" "When you jumped off the train?" exclaimed his mother, clasping her hands in distress. "Oh, Chris, what put it into your head to do that?" "I left something behind," stammered the boy, conscious of the awkwardness and absurdity of his position, "something I'm very particular about taking." "Why, what was it?" "It was that lamp that used to belong to Professor Huxter," acknowledged Chris. "Why, Chris," cried the astonished and distressed lady, "you didn't come back for that?" "Yes, I did, Mother. Do you know where it is? I'm sure I packed it last night." "Well, yes, you did," was the reply. "But I took it out this morning when I put in the preserves. There wasn't room for both." "Where is it now?" asked the boy breathlessly. "I think I left it lying on your bed." "But why did you want to take the old thing?" "I must take it, Mother, or stay at home myself. You see, I want to show it to Cousin Bob." "What interest do you suppose your cousin will have in that ugly old lamp?" almost sobbed the agitated mother. "Oh, Chris, what has been the matter with you lately?" "There's nothing the matter with me, Mother," said Chris, so touched by her emotion that he was strongly tempted to confess the whole truth. "But wait a minute, I must go see if the lamp is all right." As he ran through the hall, he met Dr. Ingalls, who had entered in haste without the ceremony of knocking. "What are you back for?" asked the old gentleman. "I saw you from my office window and thought I'd come over and see what happened to bring you back. Did you miss the train?" "Mother will tell you all about it, sir," responded Chris, as he bounded up the stairs 3 steps at a time, feverishly anxious to assure himself that the lamp had not been confiscated by the envious Huldah. The delicious sensation of relief that he experienced when he saw it lying on the bed quite compensated for the mental suffering of the past few minutes. He snatched it up eagerly, fearful that it would disappear before his very eyes. He felt almost like caressing it. Having carefully wrapped it in an old newspaper, he went downstairs. As he neared the sitting-room door, he heard Dr. Ingalls say, "Humor him, ma'am, by all means. It would be extremely unwise to irritate him and make him more nervous." "Let 'em think what they like," mused Chris, with a sigh of resignation. "They'll change their tune before long." And feeling like a martyr, he entered the room, his treasure under his arm. "I shouldn't have advised you to come back for your lamp, Chris, my lad," said the doctor with a gaiety that was plainly put on. "You might have telegraphed, and your mother would have sent it on by express." Chris mumbled something about being too anxious to bear the waiting. "Well, you take it if you want, dear," said Mrs. Wagstaff. "I'd no idea you thought so much of it, or I shouldn't have taken it out of the bag." "Well, Mrs. Wagstaff," said the doctor, "can we pack the little rascal's valise again and send him off by the 10:30? "I don't know that I can ever do anything with this bag," sighed Chris's mother, gazing ruefully at the valise, which now lay open upon the floor. "The jar of watermelon rind and one of the jars of peaches are broken, and there are peaches all over that beautiful embroidered shirt front that I was so anxious to have your Aunt Sabina see." "Oh, I wouldn't fret about that," said the doctor, who was decidedly nervous. "And besides, we mustn't let Chris be worried about such trifles. See," as he removed the debris from the valise, "the bag is scarcely injured at all. Huldah can repair what little damage is done in no time. You can repack the bag, and Master Chris can be off at 10:30, just as if nothing had happened." "But don't you think you ought to go with him? You or somebody?" asked Mrs. Wagstaff, with an apprehensive glance at Chris. "No, indeed, by no means, ma'am," returned the old gentleman, with a suspiciously boisterous burst of merriment. "You don't want to be bothered by an old fogey like me, do you, Chris? Of course you don't. Ha, ha, ha." "I guess I shall be able to get along by myself, sir," replied Chris, demurely. "Get along by yourself? Of course you will. A bright, healthy, happy lad like you doesn't want an old fogey doctor trotting around after him, does he? Ha, ha." Had ever a boy been placed in such a ridiculous false position before? Chris asked himself. He was strongly inclined to summon the Genie and put an end to the mystery at once, but he restrained the impulse, and presently started once more for the station, this time in Dr. Ingalls' buggy. "Have a first-rate time at your cousin's, Chris," said the good old doctor in parting with the boy. "Get all the outdoor exercise you can. The more the better. Let's see. The Dusenbury Baseball Club is going to have a match with the Lincolnville Club tomorrow. Why, you'll be just in time. The game is to be played in Lincolnville, and you're one of the Dusenbury 9, if I'm not mistaken." "I was. I'm not now," said Chris, reddening. The fact is, he had been frozen out of the Dusenbury Club a week before for his phenomenally bad playing. It had been generally conceded that most of the club's defeats that season were due to his errors. Dr. Ingalls saw by his last remark he had blundered, and was glad of an excuse to take his leave. "Here comes the train," he said, "and Nancy, old as she is, gets frisky when she sees the cars, so I'll have to be off. Goodbye." This time Chris's journey was accomplished without interruption. At just 11 o'clock, he stepped upon the platform at Lincolnville, where he found his cousin awaiting him. "I didn't expect to see you here, Bob," Chris said, as he shook hands with the blue-eyed, freckled-faced little lad who advanced to meet him. "It's lucky you happened to be here. Going to the mill?" "Why, no," replied Bob. "I came on purpose to meet you. We both got the telegrams." "What telegrams?" asked Chris. "Well, your mother's. The first one said you'd be here at 8:40, and I was here to meet you, but you didn't come. Most as soon as I got home, the other one came. I got that in my pocket. Let me see it, will you, Bob?" "Here 'tis." And Bob produced it. It says, "Chris detained. Will take 10:30. Be careful of him. Will write." Those telegram fellows don't pay much attention to punctuation, do they, Chris? Well, how are you feeling? Do you think you can walk as far as the Baptist church? I had to hitch Firefly there, 'cause he can't stand the cars. You might lean on my arm." "What do I want to lean on your arm for?" said Chris snappishly. "I can walk alone. What did you bring your horse for anyway?" "My mother thought you'd have to ride," replied Bob with wide-open eyes. "The first telegram said you were awful sick, but you look well enough." "I am well," said Chris. "Your folks think you're sick, though." "Yes, they do," admitted Chris with a smile, in which there was much more of a vexation than mirth. Again was the luckless youth fated to be misunderstood. Bob's countenance was expanded by a grin as he said, "Well, Chris, I calculate I see through the millstone now. So that's your latest scheme for getting out of going to school. If I hated the academy as much as you do, I'd get my father to send me to boarding school. Well, you could—" "Oh, brother," exclaimed Chris impatiently, "come along," as he started for the Baptist church at so rapid a pace that little Bob had to trot very energetically to keep up with him. So his coming had been heralded by telegrams, smuggled out of the house, of course, by Huldah, and they would be followed by a letter detailing all the symptoms of his imagined illness. It seemed certain that his position during his enforced visit to Lincolnville would be quite as ridiculous as he had occupied at home during the past few days. "You ain't mad at me, are you, Chris?" asked Bob timidly, as his companion began unhitching Firefly, a dark frown on his brow. Bob Green cherished the sincerest affection and admiration for his cousin Chris. He firmly believed that Chris was one of the most remarkable boys the country had produced, and was never tired of extolling his talents and acquirements to anyone who would listen. A word or a smile of approval from his cousin meant more to Bob than Chris ever guessed. This constant tacit acknowledgment of an inferiority that really did not exist was gratifying to Chris, as such concessions, whether deserved or not, are to most of us, and he usually adopted a rather patronizing air toward his cousin, quite willing to believe Bob's estimate of him a correct one. "What a funny fellow you are, Bob. You always think a fellow's down on you if he only looks crooked at you. I thought maybe you didn't like what I said about your not wanting to go to school," ventured Bob, diffidently. "Oh, that's all right," jumped in Bob. "I'll drive. Get along, Firefly." "Now then, Bobby, what's the news?" "Oh, nothing in particular," replied Bob. "We had the sewing circle at our house last night, and I ate so much cake that I haven't felt first rate since. Guess that's about all the news there is, except," and the boy's countenance fell, "that Ned Collins is sick." "Who is Ned Collins?" asked Chris, without much interest. "Don't you remember him? Big, tall fellow with red hair. He's the pitcher in our baseball club, and the match with the Dusenbury 9 has got to be called off because he's sick. It's too bad, but there's no help for it." "Can't you get anybody else to pitch?" asked Chris. "No, there's not a fellow in town that can take Ned's place. He's a daisy pitcher, I tell you, and there's nothing for it but to put off the game till he gets well." "See here," exclaimed Chris in sudden excitement, "maybe there is something for it. Have the Dusenbury fellows been notified?" "Not yet. We're going to send 'em word this afternoon." "Then why can't I take Collins' place?" "You?" gasped Bob, turning a little pale at the idea, a startling one to him. "Why, yes." "Well," Bob stammered, "I don't know what the fellows will say. You see, that is, I mean, we heard that—" "Oh, I know what you heard," interrupted Chris hotly. "You heard that I was a hoodoo. Well, I mean, yeah, that's what you heard. You've been told that the Dusenbury Club couldn't win a game as long as I was a member of it, and that they got rid of me on that account. That's what they say, isn't it?" "Yes, it is," Bob blurted out desperately. "I thought so," said Chris. "Well, now you listen to me, old fellow. Put me in as pitcher tomorrow, and I'll win the game for you as sure as you're born." "Do you mean it?" stammered Bob, his eyes big and round as saucers. "Don't I generally mean what I say?" demanded Chris rather haughtily. Yes, I think you do." "You know I do. I want to get even with those Dusenbury fellows, and I can do it by pitching for your club tomorrow." "I believe you can, Chris," exclaimed Bob, persuaded by Chris's confidence. "Of course I can. I know what I'm talking about, Bob. Just get me appointed pitcher, and, well, you'll see something surprising. I know what I'm talking about." "I'll do all I can, Chris," said Bob, his face flushed with enthusiasm, "and I guess I can manage it." "I know you can manage it. Those Dusenbury fellows wouldn't let me pitch, Bob. I might as well tell you the whole truth. All I could do with them was to play right field, and I wasn't even good enough for that after a few games. I had hard luck, Bob, that's all there is to it. But I know what is in me, and you mark my words, if I pitch tomorrow, you won't be sorry you got me the chance." They had now reached their destination. Mrs. Green stood in the doorway awaiting them. Chris's Aunt Sabina, his mother's sister, was a tall, thin, severe lady, with a high-pitched voice and an acid smile, and a deeply rooted dislike and distrust of boys, which three accomplishments she had acquired during a 20 years' experience as district schoolma'am. "You don't look sick, Christopher," she said, giving him a chilly hand. "Is it your liver? Your father's folks always were an unhealthy lot." Chris replied that he didn't think there was much the matter with him, and ran upstairs with Bob, who was eager to show Chris his new fishing tackle. "Oh, I forgot," said Chris, when the tackle had been inspected and admired. "I got some things for your mother. We better take them down to her." And he opened a bag and took out 2 jars of peaches. The third jar that Mrs. Wagstaff had desired to send had been left out to make room for the lamp. "Who's that for?" asked Bob, picking up the lamp. "It isn't for anybody," returned Chris. "It's mine. Be careful not to rub it," he added nervously. "Guess I shan't hurt it," said Bob. "Most of the plating is worn off anyway." "Give it to me," and Chris snatched it rather rudely from his cousin's hands. "I'm sure I don't want it," sniffed Bob, a little offended. "What did you bring a thing like that with you for?" "It's valuable," said Chris. "It's awful old, and I shouldn't wonder if it's worth a great deal." "I don't believe a junkman would give you 2 cents for it," replied Bob coolly. "Where did you get it?" Chris explained, and then locked the lamp carefully in the valise, saying mysteriously, "You're likely to see more of it in the future. That's no common lamp, Bob." "It's uncommonly ugly," said little Bob. "I guess it won't worry me any if I never see it again. Well, shall we go downstairs?" Chris assented, and the 2 boys descended to the lower floor, each carefully carrying a jar of peaches. Mrs. Green received the offering with an air of dignity and condescension befitting her rank of ex-schoolma'am, merely remarking, "Your mother always was great on putting up preserves. I'm not saying it to blame her, you understand. We can't all be alike, and it's a wise dispensation of Providence that we can't." After this characteristic speech, to which Chris, with a remorseful glance at the peaches, gurgled in an audible response, Mrs. Green turned jerkily to a severe-looking old lady in a stiff black silk dress and mitts, who sat near the window glaring at Chris and said, "Aunt, this is Christopher Wagstaff. Christopher, this is Mrs. Storms, Mr. Green's aunt, who is spending a few days with us. She occupies the spare room, so you and Robert will have to sleep together." "So you're John Wagstaff's boy, be you?" said Mrs. Storms, surveying Chris as if indignant at his presumption in daring to exist. "You don't look the mite like him. I remember your father, years afore he ever thought of marrying your mother. He was a fine-looking man. Do you go to school?" Chris meekly replied in the affirmative. "What do you study?" These were the first of the regular series of questions. Most schoolboys know them by heart, which Chris had been obliged for years to answer whenever his mother had a caller. He knew what was coming, and with a stifled sigh resigned himself to go through the list. When Mrs. Storm's curiosity had been satisfied, and she had given her victim some good advice, offered with a dismal air of being morally certain that he would never follow it, she dismissed him, and the 2 boys bolted out. "She's an odd one, isn't she?" said Bob, with a grimace. "She doesn't like me. She said yesterday she was glad I wasn't her boy, and I told her I was glad too. That made her mad, and she complained to father. But he only laughed, and that made her madder yet. What makes some old women so ugly, do you suppose, Chris, and others so nice? But never mind about her. Let's go down to the school. We'll be just in time to see the fellows when they come out, and maybe we can settle the picture business right off." They met the Lincolnville club boys just outside the high school grounds. The proposition to install Chris's picture was received with very little favor, for several members of the club were familiar with his record. But Bob's eloquence and Chris's earnest assurance that he would certainly win the game for them if they would appoint him made an impression, and a meeting of the members was appointed for 4 o'clock. At that gathering, Chris's absolute confidence in his powers convinced the boys, against their better judgment, that it would be safe to give him the position he desired, and by a unanimous vote it was decided to do so. When Bob delightedly announced this triumph at the supper table, Mrs. Storms stated that baseball had been unknown when she was a girl, and that she never heard of it leading to any good, at which Mrs. Green sighed, and Mr. Green, a timid, nervous little man, who had been about to say something cheerful, coughed abjectly and remarked that a good deal could be said on that point. All this did not depress the 2 boys, however. They had as jolly an evening as was possible under the same roof with the uncompromising Mrs. Storms, and went to bed early. For more than an hour they conversed in whispers about the coming game. Bob's last words before falling asleep were, "I like Ned Collins first rate, but I'm kind of glad he's sick. You'll win the game, Chris. You'll win. You'll—" Then a long sigh announced that the tired boy had yielded to the kindly conqueror, sleep. It was not long before Chris, too, was snoring in as undignified and commonplace a manner as if he had not been the owner of the wonderful lamp and master of all the treasures of the world. Just how long he remained unconscious he never knew, but he was presently awakened by a loud noise, and opening his eyes he saw Bob sitting up in bed, staring at a horrible-looking creature resembling a dragon that stood near the window. "Well, what are your commands?" said the apparition, in a voice that made the window sashes rattle. Chris instantly comprehended the situation. He had placed the lamp under his pillow before going to bed. Either he or Bob had unconsciously rubbed the lamp in his sleep, and the genie had responded, this time appearing in a new and certainly an awe-inspiring shape. "I am not speaking to you," added the genie, turning his fiery eyes on Chris. "This young man is my master now." End of section 8. Section 9 of Chris and the Wonderful Lamp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Chris and the Wonderful Lamp by Albert Stearns. Chapter 9, in which the Dusenbury 9 and the Lincolnville 10 play a remarkable game of baseball. "Go away!" shrieked Bob. Instantly the genie disappeared. "What's the matter with you, Bob?" demanded Chris, determined not to reveal the secret of the lamp if he could prevent it. "Didn't you see it?" quavered his cousin, his teeth chattering. "Didn't I see what?" "Why, that thing over by the window. I couldn't have imagined it." "I don't see anything there," said Chris. "It isn't there now," replied the trembling Bob. But Chris, I believe I had a nightmare." "You better lie down and go to sleep," advised Chris. "I don't feel as if I could sleep any more tonight. It must have been that cake I ate at the sewing circle. But still, that was over 24 hours ago." "Well, shut your eyes. I guess you'll get to sleep without any trouble," said Chris. Just then there came a sharp rap upon the door. "Who is it?" asked Bob. "It's me," was the reply in the shrill voice of Mrs. Storms. "I wish you two boys would remember that my room is right under yourn, and stop cutting up. If you don't, I'll have to wake up your folks, for I ain't a-going to be kept awake all night." "We won't make any more noise, Mrs. Storms," said Bob, as he turned over and closed his eyes, whispering to his cousin, "I hope I shan't have that same dream again." Chris mentally echoed the wish as he slyly removed the lamp from under the pillow and placed it on the table by the bedside. In a few minutes both boys were asleep again. When they awoke it was broad daylight. Bob had slept off the impression made upon him by the genie, and laughed and joked about his supposed nightmare while he dressed. He told the story at the breakfast table, and Mrs. Storms remarked darkly that in her life she had never hearn tell of anybody with a clear conscience having a nightmare. As soon after breakfast as he could escape, Chris went out to the barn with the lamp under his coat and summoned the genie. The erratic spirit appeared in a shape even more terrible than he had chosen on the occasion of his last appearance. This time he looked like a composite lion and unicorn with a slight suggestion of a war horse. Chris had prepared himself for a shock, but he could not help starting nervously as the genie materialized out of thin air. "However," he said sharply, "I'll trouble you to change yourself into Pulsifer Jukes again in as quick time as possible." The command was instantly obeyed. The next moment the genie stood before his master in the semblance of that benevolent-looking old man. "That's always the way," he grumbled. "You never stick to one idea more than an hour at a time. I thought you gave me the privilege of appearing in any shape I pleased." "So I did," replied Chris sternly, "but you abused it, and henceforth I want you to appear as Pulsifer Jukes unless I give you orders to the contrary. Why, you nearly exposed the entire business by the way you acted last night." "I only did my duty," said the genie, sulkily, "and I sincerely wish that young fellow had retained possession of the lamp. I liked his looks." "And you don't like mine? Is that what you mean?" asked Chris. "I didn't say that," returned the genie, "but I don't see for the life of me why you make such a tremendous secret of the fact that you have gained possession of the lamp." "We won't discuss the point now," said Chris. I want to get you to do something for me. I've been appointed pitcher of the Lincolnville Baseball Club, and there's a game this afternoon. Now I want to win that game for the Lincolnvilles." "Oh, you do?" said the genie with a particular smile. "Yes, I do. Now, between ourselves, I'm no pitcher at all, and I want you to help me out." "You mean that you expect me to give you the ability to win the game?" questioned the genie. "That's it." "Well, I can't do it." What?" stammered Chris in dismay. "I say I can't do it. I'm about as able an all-around genie as you'll find in a day's walk, but I have my limitations, and I can't make you over. If you want to be able to pitch, why go ahead and learn how. Practice, watch other pitchers, attend all the games you can, and in time you may be able to play respectably." "But good gracious," exclaimed Chris, aghast, "the game comes off this afternoon." "Oh, you can't play in that game," said the genie. "That's out of the question. But I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll take your place." "Did you ever play ball?" asked Chris. "Never, but you know me," laughed the genie. "Yes, I'll take your place, and no one will ever know the difference." "No, you won't," said Chris stubbornly. "I'll play myself, and I'll win too." "Let us hope so," said the genie, shrugging his shoulders. "If you want me, send for me. I don't think I shall make any engagement for this afternoon." "You may go," said the boy abruptly, and his slave vanished. Chris was greatly disappointed by the outcome of this interview. He left the barn, filled with misgivings as to the result of the game. How bitterly he had regretted his success in gaining the confidence of the Lincolnville boys. If he failed to make good his promise, he would be the laughing-stock of both towns. His nervousness communicated itself to Bob, who could not imagine what had come over his cousin. And that afternoon the two boys appeared upon the ball ground with very long faces. Bob had begun to fear that Chris was going to make a failure of his self-imposed task, and Chris was almost sure of it. The field was located in a pasture just back of Bob's house. As Chris entered it, he was met by Nate Barston, who was captain of the Dusenbury 9. Nate greeted him with, "Why, hello, Chris. Is that you? What are you doing here?" "I'm in Lincolnville on a visit to my cousin, that little fellow over there." "Bob Green? Oh, I know him. Didn't know he was your cousin. So you're going to be one of the spectators, eh?" "Not exactly," replied Chris, assuming an air of importance. "I'm going to pitch for the Lincolnvilles." "What?" cried Nate in astonishment. Chris repeated the assertion. "How did they happen to put you in?" asked Nate with a stifled laugh. "Because they thought I could fill the bill," returned Chris stiffly. "Well, I hope you will," and Nate ran off, chuckling to tell his men the news. A few minutes later the game was called. The Lincolnvilles were at the bat, the Dusenburys in the field. The Dusenbury pitcher was looked upon by the boys as a phenomenon, as he was master of a very peculiar and difficult curve. On this occasion he began well for his reputation, for two of the Lincolnvilles struck out without touching the ball. "Now then, show us what you can do, Wagstaff," shouted Sam Reed, the captain of the Lincolnville 9, to Chris, who was third batter, at which several of the Dusenbury boys smiled audibly. As a teaser, the pitcher delivered a ball that was beyond Chris's reach. He struck at it, missed it, and the umpire promptly called, "1 strike." The plainly expressed derision of the Dusenburys added to poor Chris's nervousness, and he allowed a fair ball to pass without striking. "Strike 2, shouted the umpire. Then Chris swiped excitedly at another wild ball, and amid the uproarious laughter of the Dusenbury boys, the umpire's fiat went forth, 3 strikes and out, side out. The crestfallen Lincolnvilles took the field. As Chris entered the pitcher's box, the captain said to him, half angrily, half entreatingly, "Now go ahead and show 'em what you're made of." "I will, I must," muttered Chris. "There's no such word as fail." But in this case there was. When after a great preparatory splurge that was watched sneeringly by the Dusenbury boys, and in silent, breathless expectation by the Lincolnvilles, he delivered the ball, it hit the first Dusenbury batter. "Dead ball," called the umpire. With an ugly look at Chris, the batter trotted down to first, and several very uncomplimentary comments on his playing reached the pitcher's ears, for which were probably intended. Then 2 men in succession took their bases on balls, which made 3 bases full. At this point, Phil Burns, who was considered a crack striker, came to bat and knocked the ball down against the barn. That was the longest strike ever made on that field. 3 men on bases were brought home, while Phil made a home run. The game then stood 4 for the Dusenburys to nothing for the Lincolnvilles. During the remainder of the inning, the Dusenburys batted Chris all over the field, to the intense disgust of the Lincolnvilles, who were not allowed to change pitchers, which they would have done could they had gained the consent of their opponents. When they were finally put out by a fly foul captured by the catcher and 2 field flies caught by Bob and the left fielder, the score stood 13 to nothing. The Dusenburys trotted out into the field with a very jubilant air. The Lincolnvilles were correspondingly depressed. It was a mighty lucky thing for us, Chris heard the Dusenburys catcher say, that those fellows took it into their heads to put Wagstaff in as pitcher. I don't see it, grumbled the boy to whom he spoke. Why, there's no fun in the game. It's simply a walkover. Before Chris had recovered from this blow, Bob came running up, his chubby face crimson with excitement and mortification. See here, Chris, he began. What's the matter with you? The fellows are all going for me because I had you put in. Why, you're ruining everything, for goodness sake. Brace up. I guess things will go better in the next inning, responded Chris with a sickly smile. I'm sure they will. At first they did. 8 scores were run in before it came Chris's turn at bat, when he promptly struck out. The man who followed him set a hot grounder into the left field, making a beautiful base hit, after which, by skillful base running, he stole his way around, getting another score for the Lincolnvilles. The next man succeeded in getting to third base, where he was caught by a tricky play between the baseman and the pitcher, and walked down to the bench with an air of angry disgust. The next player was stopped at first, which sent the Lincolnvilles into the field again. See here, Wagstaff, shouted the captain, as Chris advanced toward the pitcher's box. You can take the right field. We've had enough of your pitching for a while. As Chris walked away in deep humiliation, he heard Bob appointed pitcher. This added to his nervousness, and in his new position he muffed 2 easy flies, and the Dusenbury boys ran in 11 more scores on that inning. Chris's ill luck continued, and at the end of the 6th inning, the Dusenburys were 18 scores ahead. At this juncture, Chris walked up to Sam Reed and said shortly, I want a leave of absence for a few minutes. What for? Asked the captain. It's time for me to take my medicine. Well, I guess you need it, said Sam pointedly. Go ahead, but get back in time to take your place as 4th striker. We'll have to go right on. It was time for Chris to take his medicine, but it was not for that purpose that he ran back to the house. I'll show them, he muttered fiercely as he ascended to his room. Those Dusenbury fellows will be laughing out of the other side of their mouths before the next inning is over. He unlocked his valise and took out the lamp and rubbed it. Instantly, Pulsifer Jukes stood before him, a broad grin on his face. I've been expecting you to call me for the last hour, he said. Really, I don't know when I've laughed so much. You've seen the game, have you? Asked Chris, trying to assume a careless air. Yes, giggled the Genie. I had the curiosity to be on hand. Such playing. He he he. Say, did you ever see a game of baseball before? Honest now. Between you and Bob and the rest of them, returned the boy hotly, I was so rattled that I couldn't play at all. That's right, blame me, shrieked the Genie. Why won't you say it was all my fault? See here, what do you want this time? I want you to change yourself into my double and finish the game for me. Enough said, and the Genie rushed from the room. From his window, Chris saw his representative take his place to strike. The 3 men preceding him had all made base hits, and the bases were full. The Genie's appearance was greeted by a despairing groan from the Lincolnvilles, and one boy said, If only we had a batter like Phil Burns, he would bring in those 3 men, but there's no show now. The first ball was an easy one, but the Genie missed it by at least a foot, at which a Dusenbury boy called out, He has holes in his bat, and everyone laughed. Through the manifestations of mirth on the part of the Lincolnvilles were by no means as boisterous as those in which the Dusenburys saw fit to indulge. When the Genie failed to hit the second ball, Chris murmured despairingly, He can build palaces, but he can't play ball for sour apples. I might have known, by jingo." The Genie had struck the third pitch ball such a terrific blow that the bat broke in two. Toward the barn, then over it, went the ball, every boy in the field staring at it in amazement. Phil Burns's strike was nothing compared with it. Down near third, the Lincolnville coacher was shrieking frantically, "Sprint, you snails, sprint! Great Scott, wasn't that a dandy crack?" The attention of the spectators was almost diverted from the three men already on bases who were running for home by the amazing swiftness of the Genie as he scudded down to first. Having arrived there, he stopped and stared about him, an expression of perplexity upon his face, as if looking for the ball. In his excitement at this singular conduct on the part of his representative, Chris entirely forgot himself and yelled, "What's the matter with you? Run!" But luckily the tumult in the diamond was so great that no one heard him. "What on earth ails you, Wagstaff?" shouted the captain. "Have you gone to sleep there?" By this time the boy who had been on first when the strike was made reached third and started for the home plate, the other two having already scored. The Genie now apparently roused himself and resumed his run at the same rate of speed that had so astonished the boys when he was on his way to first. He crossed second base like an express train, whizzed down the third like a flash, and in another second, after nearly running over the man ahead of him, landed on the home plate, having first turned a complete double somersault. He did not appear to be in the least out of breath as he cried, "Score, Wagstaff!" A scene of frenzied enthusiasm in the ranks of the Lincolnvilles followed. The Dusenburys seemed paralyzed with astonishment and dismay. Bob rushed up to the Genie and shook his hand violently, saying, "You mustn't mind what I said a while ago, Chris. I was excited. Why, I never saw anything like that run in my life." "Oh, that was nothing," replied the Genie carelessly. "You'll see queerer things than that if you stay right here and keep your eye on me. As for what you said, I don't remember anything about it, and it wouldn't make any difference to me if I did." "It's awfully good of you to say that," murmured Bob gratefully. A new ball was now put into play, a small boy having been dispatched in search of the other one. The Genie's feat seemed to have put new life into the Lincolnvilles. Every man played, as Bob put it, for all he was worth. At the end of the first half of the seventh inning, the home club had scored 4 more runs, the Genie having made another astonishing home run. The Lincolnvilles now felt they had a reasonable chance of success. The Dusenburys agreed with them and were evidently losing heart. "You're a queer fellow, Chris Wagstaff," said Sam Reed to the Genie. "Why didn't you show what you could do before?" "That's all right," responded the playful spirit with a knowing wink. "There's more to this business than you have any idea of, my friend. Do you want to put me back in as pitcher?" This was exactly what the captain had intended to do, and he replied, "I suppose I may as well." "You couldn't do better," the smiling Genie replied, and he took his place in the pitcher's box. As Phil Barnes came to bat, the captain of the Dusenbury said to him, "Now go ahead and show him what's in you, old man." And Phil replied with a confident smile, "Don't worry, I'll knock Chris Wagstaff all over the field." As the first ball left the Genie's hand, it looked very wild, observing which Phil decided it must pass at least 3 feet beyond the plate. So he stood with his bat over his shoulder, expecting the umpire to call a ball. But to his amazement, the ball gave a sudden twist through the air and passed over the plate. "Strike 1," called the umpire. How did Chris ever get onto that? Well, no matter. I'll knock the cover off it next time. The next ball seemed an easy one, being apparently just where Phil wanted it, and he struck at it with tremendous energy, expecting to put it down against the barn at least, but it seemed to dodge around the end of his bat and curve into the catcher's hands. "Strike 2," announced the umpire, while Phil dropped his bat in amazement. A murmur of applause rose from the Lincolnvilles, but was quickly suppressed by a gesture from the captain. His face rather pale, Phil picked up the bat, but he could not regain his confidence. The next ball started as well as its predecessor had done, but as the batter struck at it, it seemed to jump at least 2 feet in the air and was missed by Phil, though easily captured by the catcher. "Strike 3, striker out," promptly shouted the umpire. As Phil walked away, his face expressing all the mortification he felt, Bob Green shouted to the captain, who was playing first, "Didn't I tell you Chris could do it? Are you sorry you took him now?" The rest of the Lincolnville club were quite as delighted as was Bob. If to suppose Chris kept on as he had begun, their triumph seemed assured. Phil's successor at the bat, who was at best an inferior player, was so completely demoralized by what he had just witnessed that he allowed 2 good balls to pass without offering at them, and then lunged furiously at one which he could not by any possibility have touched. As he heard the familiar plunk of the ball as it struck the catcher's gloved hands, and the shrill voice of the umpire pronouncing him out, he dashed the bat to the ground and made room for the next striker, who, though considered a good batsman, also failed to touch the ball. As the Genie sauntered toward the home plate, a complacent smile on his face, little Bob turned a handspring and screamed, "A whitewash! We're all right, boys!" The Dusenburys entered the field this time with very long faces, while the Lincolnvilles came up to the bench in a sprightly manner that was in marked contrast to their demeanor of a short time before. The 8th inning was, from start to finish, a triumph for the home club, which succeeded in obtaining 11 runs, the Genie maintaining his, or rather Chris's, reputation, making 2 more home runs, easy ones this time. The Dusenburys finally succeeded in getting the Lincolnvilles out, but the Genie's pitching was as wonderful as at first, for he struck out 3 men in rapid succession, placing another whitewash on the visitors. The Lincolnvilles were now 7 ahead. From his station at the window, Chris saw the Lincolnville boys crowding around the Genie, and it must be confessed that he felt a little envious. "He played mighty well, there's no mistake about that," he muttered, "but why couldn't I have done it? I can another time. I don't like the idea of taking credit for what I haven't done either. I believe I'll go down and finish the game. The Dusenburys can't possibly win now." As the Lincolnvilles gathered near the bench, Chris seized a lamp and rubbed it. Instantly the Genie stood before his master. "What do you want?" he asked excitedly, wiping the perspiration from his brow. "I can't stop to fool with you now. Out with it." "I shan't need you any more this afternoon," said Chris. "I'm going down to play the last inning myself." "You're what?" shrieked the Genie, turning almost purple. "Are you crazy? Why, see here, I got things fixed now so that the Lincolnvilles are sure to win the game, but you'll—" "That'll do. Disappear," interrupted Chris. The next moment he was alone. "Where have you been?" asked the captain of the Lincolnvilles, as Chris hurried down to the diamond, comprehending that the game had been going on during his interview with the Genie. "Been to take another dose of medicine? We want you on hand all the time. You're our mascot. Why, since you've been gone, 2 men have been put out." "Well, I'm all ready for business now," replied Chris. "When do I come to bat?" "Oh, it won't be your turn for some time yet," answered Sam. As it happened, Chris's turn did not come at all, for the 3rd striker struck out as promptly as had his predecessors. Having whitewashed their opponents, the Dusenburys came in from the field feeling that, if Chris's pitching did not prove too much for them, they still had a slight chance of winning. The mascot went into the box with a good deal of confidence in his ability to do some extraordinary playing, but this feeling was soon dispelled, for the first man at bat knocked a long fly that passed over the center fielder's head, and he reached 3rd before the ball was restored to the diamond. At this, the Lincolnvilles looked rather startled, but Bob confidently asserted, "That's all right, it was nothing but an accident. Watch him paralyze the next man." But Chris performed no such feat. He had become so nervous that he pitched 4 balls in succession, giving the next man his base. At this the Dusenburys brightened up still more, and the next man sent an elusive grounder skipping past the shortstop, and amid great excitement 2 men scored, which brought the Lincolnville lead down to 5. Although the next striker successfully pounded the ball, it proved an easy fly and was gathered in by an outfielder. But in spite of this slight encouragement to the Lincolnvilles, Chris continued to pitch badly, and the Dusenburys filled the bases. The excitement was now at a white heat. At this critical point, it was Phil Burns's turn to strike. "Now then," implored Nat Marston, "bring in those men. You can do it if you only think so. The barn is in the same place it was before." Chris set his teeth, muttering, "He shan't send it down to the barn this time." Nor did he, but he hit the very first ball and sent it soaring to the furthest limit of the left field, which had been left open. The coacher literally howled himself hoarse as the runners tore around the bases and came to the plate in rapid succession, Phil closing with a home run. The Dusenburys, enhanced of capturing the honors, now seemed very bright, for they had only 1 man out, and it was necessary for them to make but one score to tie and 2 to beat. "We got him now, boys," shrieked the Dusenbury captain. "We'll take him into camp sure as fate." The Lincolnville boys were filled with consternation, and Sam Reed asked the umpire to call time, which favor was granted. Then he walked up close to Chris and said in a low tone and in an almost threatening manner, "See here, Wagstaff, you're throwing this game. If we lose, we shall know whom to blame." Then, without stopping to listen to Chris's indignant expostulation, he returned to his place and signaled to the umpire that he was ready to continue the game. Poor Chris's brain was in a whirl, and he so far forgot himself as to toss in a ball. This, however, proved the best thing that could have happened, for it was quite unexpected, and the batsman made a small foul, which was secured by the catcher. "2 men out," murmured Chris. "If I can only catch the next fellow, I'll save the game after all." But the next fellow got first on balls, reached second on a pass, stole third, and came home on a liner, muffed by Chris. This muff and a wild throw to first allowed the striker to get down to second. The score was now tie. If the man on second could reach home, the Dusenburys would be victorious. Both clubs were now literally breathless with suspense. As the Dusenburys were playing on a broken leg, the coacher instructed the runner to take every chance, who, following this advice, succeeded in sneaking to third. The batter brought him home, and the Lincolnvilles were beaten. Chris was so sick at heart that he scarcely knew how he pitched the next ball, and he knew still less how it happened that he caught the hot liner that came singing from the bat. Thus ended, in favor of the Dusenburys, the most remarkable game ever played on that field, or perhaps on any other. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Chris and the Wonderful Lamp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. Chris and the Wonderful Lamp by Albert Stearns. Chris and the Genie put their heads together. As soon as the game was over, Chris slipped away and returned to the house without saying a word to anyone, feeling too much ashamed to face the Lincolnvilles, who had gathered around the bench and were engaged in an evidently excited discussion, occasionally casting glances at the late pitcher that evinced anything but a friendly feeling. Bob did not make his appearance until tea time, when he seated himself at the table with an air of such profound gloom that Chris asked desperately, "What's the matter with you, Bob?" "I guess you know what the matter is," grunted the boy, evading his cousin's eye. "Where have you been since the game?" "Nowhere in particular," was the unsatisfactory response. "See here," interposed Mrs. Green, suddenly throwing off the hostess's robe and assuming the spiked armor of the schoolmarm. "What's the trouble between the two of you boys?" "There isn't any trouble that I know of," said Chris, as Bob did not reply. "But I suppose he's mad about the game." "Yes, I'm mad about the game," flashed Bob. "Was it my fault that the Lincolnvilles didn't win?" demanded Chris. "Yes, it was," returned his cousin, trembling with excitement. "All the fellows say you sold the game." "Let them think so if they want to," said Chris with a sudden burst of resentment. "Why shouldn't they think so? You were seen talking with the captain of the Dusenburys at the beginning of the game, and some of the fellows suspected you then. And in the 8th inning, when Jim Everett told you that we had thought you meant to throw the game, you winked and said, 'How do you know if you were not right?'" At this revelation of the Genie's duplicity, Chris felt that he could bear no more, and he began heatedly, "Bob Green, you should have known better. It wasn't me, it was—" "That will do," interrupted Mrs. Green majestically. "We will not have a scene here, if you please. You can settle this matter after supper." "Yes, adjust your differences at some more suitable time and place," chirped Mr. Green with the air of an elderly and experienced canary, and he glanced at his wife in expectation of a smile of approval, which he did not receive. The boys subsided, and Mrs. Storms remarked that she had known how it would be from the first, and that it was always so. Very little more was said during the meal. Chris had ample time for reflection, and he determined that he would not yet confess the truth. He could, if he wished, produce the genie as a witness in his defense, but he would not. The first grand exhibition of his marvelous powers should be made in South Dusenbury. In the meantime, let the Lincolnville boys think what they pleased. They would be forced to change their opinions soon. "If you didn't do it, Chris," said Bob as they walked out to the barn after tea, "you ought to put yourself right with the boys." "I shall," was the reply. "You may be sure of that, but I shall take my own time." "If you have anything to say," advised Bob, "you'd better say it at once." "I'm not ready yet," snapped Chris. "All right, you know your own business best," said Bob, much offended. "But if I were in the box as you are, I'd get out of it as soon as I could." And he walked away in high dudgeon at the manner in which his well-meant advice had been received, leaving Chris standing alone in the barn. "He'll sing a different tune when he learns the truth," mused Chris with a short laugh. "And I'll have that Lincolnville 9 at my feet, begging my pardon." With this agreeable picture in his mind, he strolled back to the house. The dining-room window was open, and as he neared it, he heard Mrs. Green's shrill voice exclaim, "Why didn't you give me this letter before, Henry?" "I forgot it," pleaded her husband in an apologetic tone. "Why," went on the lady excitedly, "Maria says the boy is out of his head. It isn't safe to have Robert associate with him." The letter that Chris's mother had promised to write had arrived, and had told the story of his supposed mental infirmity. As the boy entered the room, Mrs. Storms squeaked, "Dear me," gathered up her knitting, and fled to her room, while Mr. Green said, "Well, Chris, my lad, how are we now?" with an assumed air of bluffness, so unlike his usual manner that it seemed positively weird. Mrs. Green only was equal to the occasion. "Christopher," she said, "you will tonight occupy Robert's room alone. Your cousin will sleep on the parlor sofa, and I am sorry to be forced to remind you once more that your visit is somewhat ill-timed, and to be obliged to request that you will return to your home tomorrow. I will write your mother a letter of explanation, which I ask you to hand to her." "All right, Aunt Sabina," was Chris's short reply. "You mustn't feel offended, Christopher," twittered Mr. Green apologetically. "Your aunt has excellent reasons for making this a request." "Oh, I'm not offended," replied the boy. "I shall be glad enough to get back to South Dusenbury. I guess I'll take the 7:40 train." "Very well." Chris spent the next half-hour in the parlor, reading a dismal little memoir of one of Mrs. Green's former pupils, who had died young after a course of study that would have proved fatal to an ordinarily robust adult. Then, Bob having failed to reappear, he went upstairs to his room. Having securely fastened the door, he took the lamp from his valise and gave it the usual rub. Instantly, Pulsifer Jukes appeared, seated in the old chintz-covered rocking-chair by the south window. His face was buried in his hands, and as Chris laid the lamp upon the table, he began to moan and sob in the most dismal manner. "What's the matter with you?" asked the boy sharply. "Oh, don't talk to me! Don't talk to me!" wailed the genie, violently rocking himself to and fro. "If you haven't any self-respect, any pride, I have. Oh, that game, that game!" "Don't make such a noise," said Chris nervously. "Remember that nobody here knows anything about you. If they hear you taking on in that way, they'll think it's I, and they'll be surer than ever that I'm crazy. They all believe that I am now. And they're not far out of the way either, according to my way of thinking," said the genie, leaping up and beginning to pace the floor. "Why, you act as if you were. Now, the way you managed that baseball game was simply outrageous. I was never in my life more disgusted, sir, that is the word I used, than when you announced your intention of finishing the game. Such an insult to me! Oh, it makes me wild to think of it. After working like a cart horse without any hope of personal benefit, solely in your interest, to have you—" "I suppose," interrupted Chris sarcastically, "you were working in my interest when you gave Jim Everett that broad hint that that I meant to throw the game." The genie colored to the roots of his hair. "When? Where? Who told you I said anything of the sort?" he stammered. "Never mind who told me. You said it, didn't you?" "Oh, I don't know," replied the genie with a nervous giggle. "Maybe I did, just as a joke, you know. Boys will be boys, and there's nothing a boy likes so much as fun. But say," with an abrupt change of tone, "what have you summoned me for this time, anyway?" "Oh, you've just thought to ask, have you?" sneered Chris. "Perhaps you supposed I sent for you to condole with you." "Well, you needn't be so cross," said the genie in a half-offended, half-conciliatory tone. "Just issue your orders, and, notwithstanding the shabby manner in which you have treated me, I think you will find that they will be executed with neatness and dispatch. Don't be bashful now. I'm getting used to your ways and can stand a good deal." "I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. I don't know what I want," blurted out Chris desperately. "Your normal condition, I fancy," was the genie's pointed response. "If I could only do something to astonish the folks here," went on the wretched owner of the lamp, heedless of his slave's ill-natured comment. "He, tittered the genie. "Aren't you satisfied with this afternoon's work? You've certainly managed to create a sensation, and if that's all you want, why—" "That will do," interrupted Chris severely. "We'll change the subject, if you please. I don't care to hear any more talk of that sort." "All right," was the sullen reply. "Say," added the genie, a peculiar light in his eye, "just let me look at that lamp a minute, will you? It seems to me I see a dent on one side." "No, you don't," said Chris, putting the lamp in the valise. "You can't play the same trick on me that you did on Aladdin when he asked for the roc's egg. You won't get your hands on that lamp if I know it." "All right, keep your old lamp if you want to," sniffed the genie. "But speaking of roc's eggs, wouldn't you like one? You have no idea what fun it is to have one in the house. Please ask me to get you one." Chris was not to be caught by such a transparent device as this. "And give you an excuse to walk away with the lamp?" he said. "Oh, no." "You wrong me," began the spirit, putting on an injured look. But Chris cut him short with, "Never mind that. Have you any suggestions to make?" "Suggestions about what?" "Why, how to astonish the natives of Lincolnville." "I could make suggestions by the dozen," answered the genie, "but you'd knock them over as fast as I offered them. It all rests with you. If you want to astonish them, there's the old lamp, and here I am. Issue your orders. That's all I have to say." And the spirit reseated himself in the rocking chair, folded his arms, compressed his lips tightly, and fixed his eyes on the picture over the mantelpiece, a counterfeit presentment of Chris's Aunt Sabina at the age of 10, in which the future instructor of youth appeared as a thin, hollow-eyed child, standing beside a small round table, her left hand desperately clutching a large book, upon her face a look of unspeakable consternation which plainly showed that the photographer had just told her to look pleasant. "When you were Huldah's slave," said Chris after a few moments' reflection, "you told her that you were a whole circus in yourself." "That's what I said, and that's what I am." responded the genie, half sullenly, half complacently. I wish you could do some tricks for them like those you showed her. I never saw anything to beat the way you walked on that kitchen ceiling. I'm glad you show some appreciation of my efforts, said the genie. Your constant fault-finding and dissatisfaction with everything I do have about broken my spirit, I tell you that frankly. Yes, the feat you allude to is rather a neat one, but it's a mere nothing to what I could do. Oh, I know that, Chris hastened to assure him. It's very gratifying to hear you say so, I'm sure, said the spirit with a disagreeable curl of the upper lip. Well, you asked for a suggestion a few minutes ago. Here is one. Take the lamp downstairs. Get all the folks into the parlor and request their attention for a few minutes. Summon me, introduce me, then say, will you kindly give these ladies and gentlemen a trifling exhibition of the powers I know you to possess? I'd like to have you polite to me before company, no matter how you treat me when we are alone. Just do that and leave the rest to me. If I don't make the eyes of those yokels bulge, my name isn't what it is, that's all. Now how does that idea strike you? And the genie turned his eyes from the picture and fixed them questioningly upon his master's face. It won't do, replied Chris promptly and decidedly. Now isn't that always the way? Cried the slave of the lamp distractedly. Didn't I say so? It won't do. Of course it won't, just because I suggested it. Well, you keep on in the way you're going now a few days longer, young man, and your folks will land you in an asylum and serve you right. There's not much danger of that, said Chris. Anyhow, I've made up my mind not to let anyone know that I am the owner of Aladdin's lamp till I get back to South Dusenbury. Then you shall have your own way. You're always raising my hopes only to dash them down again, grumbled the genie. I don't know what is the matter with you. Paying no attention to this remark, and not observing that his companion was covertly shaking his fist at him, the boy went on reflectively. But I should like to have a little fun with these Lincolnville people before I go. Let me see. By jingo, if I'd only thought of that before. Oh, you have an idea, have you? Said the spirit with a sneer which he made no attempt to conceal. That's encouraging. But it's too late now, sighed Chris. It's never too late to mend, returned the genie. What is this great idea, anyhow? He added curiously. It won't do any harm to tell me. It won't do any good either, was the reply. But if I'd thought of it sooner, we could have had a deal of fun. You've heard of Professor Presto, haven't you? I don't know that I have, said the genie, scratching his head. No, I'm sure I haven't. Who is he, and what has he to do with this new scheme of yours? He is a great magician, answered Chris, and some of the tricks he does would astonish even you. Well, I doubt it, said the spirit with a quiet smile. It isn't quite so easy to astonish me as you think. Your queer notions and antics have surprised me more than anything that has come within my experience for several thousand years. But when you come to magic, why, I'm right at home. I knew it, cried Chris. I don't doubt that you could beat Presto out of his boots. So I could, if you'd give me a chance. What does he do now? Oh, lots of things. I've seen him take out of a hat, borrowed from a man in the audience, as many things as would fill a barrel. And once he came down from the stage and took a live rabbit from under my coat, and... A loud peal of sarcastic laughter from the genie interrupted Chris. Don't make so much noise, said the boy apprehensively. What are you laughing at? At your calling such puerile tricks as those magic, answered his slave. Do people really pay to see such things? Of course they do. Oh, if I had only thought of it sooner, I'd have hired the Lincolnville Town Hall for tonight and had you give an exhibition. That's a great idea, cried cried the genie. "Now I begin to have hopes of you. We'll do it." "Oh, it's too late now," said Chris despondently. "The show would have to begin at 8 o'clock, and it's 7:30 now. A performance like that has to be advertised a week or two in advance. No, you couldn't manage it." "I couldn't manage it!" exclaimed the genie. "If I can build a 12-story palace in 1 second, don't you think I could contrive to advertise a show in a country town in half an hour? You leave all that to me." "You really think it can be done?" asked the boy, who had brightened up a good deal. "There cannot be a shadow of a doubt about it," declared the spirit. "Say, Chris, you don't mind my calling you Chris, do you? We'll make it a full dress affair. Nobody not in evening costume shall be admitted. The tickets must be $5, or would you say 10? "I wouldn't say a cent more than a half a dollar. Children half price," answered Chris. "You don't know the people about here. Why, they'd as soon think of cutting their heads off as paying more than 50 cents to see a show. And I don't believe there are 2 men in town who own swallowtail coats. Full dress affair, ha ha! I should say not." "What kind of place is this?" asked the genie disgustedly. "Well," he added with a sigh, "I suppose I shall have to yield to you on that point, then. We'll have a big house anyhow." "I hope so." "I know so. There'll be standing room only, and not much of that. And now I'd better be off. We've wasted too much time in talk already." "Wait a minute," said Chris. "Are you sure you could fix it so that the folks downstairs will go? I want them above all others to see the show." "That'll be all right," replied the genie with a wink. "Leave all that to me." "How many tricks will you perform?" queried the boy. "None at all," was the prompt answer. "What I will do will be the real thing. No tricks or illusions for me. I leave that sort of thing to my imitators." "But you must advertise yourself as an illusionist. Don't forget that." "What for?" asked the genie with wide open eyes. "I don't see any sense in that." "You must do it because I don't want anyone to know you are a genie." "Now, for goodness sake, listen to reason. Why, "You'll have to give the performance my way or not at all," interposed Chris firmly. "And remember, nobody must be hurt." "Is this to be an exhibition of magic or a tea party?" inquired the genie with biting sarcasm. "At first I did think I was going to have a little wholesome relaxation, but I might have known better. Hadn't we better give the whole thing up?" "No, we hadn't," returned Chris. "See here," he added, "I don't mind if you play a trick or two on that old woman downstairs, Mrs. Storms, but don't hurt her." "Small favors thankfully received," said the genie, his nose high in the air. "Well, shall I go now?" "Yes." As his slave vanished, Chris unfastened the door and started downstairs. Before he had reached the lower hall, the sound of an immense brass band playing "Hail Columbia" saluted his ears, and he heard little Bob shout, "Oh, father, mother, look! Here comes the biggest torchlight procession you ever saw in your lives. It's going to pass the house." "Well, it takes the genie to rush things," muttered Chris as he entered the sitting room. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Chris and the Wonderful Lamp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Chris and the Wonderful Lamp by Albert Stearns, in which the genie makes his debut as a Prestidigitator. Mr. and Mrs. Green, Mrs. Storms, and Bob were standing at the sitting room windows, watching the approach of an immense procession of men clad in showy red uniforms, each carrying a long pole surmounted by an electric light of at least 30 candle power. There were certainly 500 of them, and at their head marched a brass band of not less than 100 pieces. Bob's father and mother were speechless with amazement, but Mrs. Storms expressed a decided opinion that such goin'-ons at an hour when decent folks were getting ready for bed were scandalous, and stated that nothing of the sort would have been allowed when she was a girl, and that she didn't know what the world was coming to. As for Bob, he danced about like a jumping jack in his excitement. As Chris entered, he called out, forgetting all about their recent misunderstanding, "Say, come here quick. Did you ever see anything like this? Why, it lays over the circus parade even." "Lays over?" exclaimed Mrs. Green in an awful tone. "May I ask what you mean by that expression?" "Yes'm, I don't know what I mean. Jingo, look at that big fellow with the trombone. Say, Chris, do you think those buttons on their coats are real diamonds? Hello, look at the boys distributing handbills. Here comes one in here. Hey there, give us 5, will you?" A lad attired in a magnificent suit of old gold velvet, with diamond buttons as large as chestnuts, ran up to the open window and handed Mr. Green 5 of the circulars, which the astonished quintet now perceived were printed in gold on white satin. "We hope to see you there this evening, ladies and gentlemen," said the boy, touching his hat politely as he turned away. "Well, really, this is most extraordinary. Doesn't it strike you as being most extraordinary, Sabina?" ventured Mr. Green, addressing his wife. That lady did not condescend to reply. She was too busily engaged in the perusal of the handbill. This is what she read: "Town Hall, this evening at 5:15 sharp. Professor Nemo, the world's greatest Prestidigitator, will give one of his wonderful performances. His first appearance in America. Look out for our Grand Street Parade. Professor Nemo will never again appear in Lincolnville. Do not miss this opportunity. You cannot afford to stay away when the prices of admission are only adults 50 cents, children half price. See other side." And on the other side, Mrs. Green and her companions read the following: "A few testimonials. I would rather miss my meals for a week than one of Professor Nemo's entertainments. Victoria. I have neither time nor inclination to bother with public affairs when Professor Nemo is in town. Bismarck. What are the cares of state to me when Nemo, the great, the only Nemo, is in town? Nothing. Gladstone. I would adjourn a session of my school at any time to enable my pupils to attend one of Professor Nemo's wonderful performances. Benedict Wacker, Dusenbury Academy. Nemo is funnier than a barrel of monkeys. Pulsifer Jukes, M.D. Professor Nemo can beat Presto out of his boots. Chris Wagstaff." "Why, there's your name, Chris," exclaimed Bob, throwing down the advertisement. "What do you know about this Professor Nemo?" Chris, indignant that the Genie had made this unauthorized use of his name, was about to stammer out a reply when Mrs. Green said, "Of course it is some other Wagstaff, Robert. I think there is a great scientist named Christopher Wagstaff. Is there not, Henry?" addressing her husband. "Great scientist? Yes, I believe there is," replied Mr. Green, who did not believe anything of the sort, but was willing to resort to any subterfuge to avoid an argument with his aggressive better half. "This Professor Nemo," he went on quickly, anxious to change the subject before he got into too deep water, "seems to be well spoken of. Suppose we go, Sabina, you and I and Mrs. Storms and the boys. I only offered it as a suggestion, you know, but really perhaps it might—" "I shall interpose no objection," said the ex-schoolmarm, who was secretly more anxious to see the performance than was her husband. "If Mrs. Storms wishes to go, it has always been my habit to yield to others in such matters." "Well," snapped Mrs. Storms, "you don't have to yield to me in this, Sabiny. I never went to but one show in my life. That was a panorama of the deluge, and the hall caught fire just as the animals was going into the ark, and we all had to run for our lives. I always said it was judgment, and I believe it was. No, Sabiny, I don't care to go, but don't let me keep you to 'em. Don't mind me. I'm only an old woman." Of course, is I got to go home day after tomorrow. I would like to see as much of you as I can, but dear me," and Mrs. Storms paused abruptly, gave a wheezy little sigh, and began fanning herself with Professor Nemo's announcement. "Of course we shall not go unless you accompany us," said Mrs. Green, in her most stately manner. "Oh, no, of course not," added Mr. Green, his jaw falling. "That is, certainly not." "Now isn't that just like her?" whispered Bob to his cousin. "She always spoils everything." Before Chris could reply, the hall door opened, and a stout elderly gentleman, attired in black and wearing a high white choker, entered and approached Mrs. Storms with outstretched hand, exclaiming, "My dear madam, I saw you at the window, and could not resist the temptation to enter and make an attempt to renew our old acquaintance. Notwithstanding the years that have passed since we last met, I knew you at a glance." "Your face looks natural," said Mrs. Storms, who had entrusted one of her mitted hands to the newcomer, "but I can't quite place you. Let's see, wasn't it in Perkins' Holler that we met?" "In Perkins' Holler it was," replied the stranger. "Ah, that was many years ago, Mrs. Storms." "Yes, 'twas," assented Mrs. Storms. "I just remember your name, though. Let's see, you ain't Mr. Bascombe, be you? 'Lijah Bascombe's brother?" "No," smiled the old gentleman, "though I recollect Elijah and his brother well. My name is Turner, Reuel Turner. At the time we met, I was the professor of languages at the Perkins Hollow Institute." "Seems if I did remember you now," said Mrs. Storms. "Ain't you teaching at the Institute now?" "No, nor have I been for many years," replied Professor Turner. "At present I'm traveling with Professor Nemo, the great Prestidigitator." As he made this announcement, the old gentleman glanced significantly at Chris, and the boy fancied that he saw his right eyelid quiver slightly. "You a professor in a school traveling with a show?" gasped Mrs. Storms. "Well, that is a come down." "Not at all," said the genie. That it was his slave Chris was now certain. "If it were an ordinary show, I should, of course, consider my change of occupation a come down, as you tersely put it. But Professor Nemo is not an ordinary show by any means." "Ain't more, it can't be," asserted Mrs. Storms emphatically. "Ah, there you are wrong, my dear lady," protested the genie, with a deprecatory smile. "Professor Nemo's one aim in life is to instill correct moral principles into the mind of youth. Of course, we older people don't stand in such need of them. Nemo, I often say to him, why not yield in some degree to the public demand for frivolity? But the professor always replies, 'No, Turner, no. I have devoted my life to the elevation of my kind, and elevated they shall be while I retain my faculties.' That's the kind of man Nemo is." At this point, the spirit suddenly turned his face to Chris and made such an absurd grimace that the boy could not help laughing aloud. "Christopher!" cried Mrs. Green in her deepest tone. "A course of training under Professor Nemo would do that youth no harm," said the hypocritical genie, with lowering brow. But he added, "I am forgetting an important part of my errand here. My dear Mrs. Storms, will you not do me the honor of accompanying me to the professor's entertainment this evening? And perhaps our good friends here will go too. It will cost them nothing." At the last statement, Mrs. Storms brightened up. "Well, I don't know," she said, "but I forgot to introduce you, Professor. This is Mr. and Mrs. Green." "I am delighted to meet you," said the genie, "and trust that you will honor the entertainment with your presence." "Well, I'm sure we're much obliged," faltered Mr. Green, "but I guess we can't go, you see." "We will accept your kind invitation with pleasure," interrupted Mrs. Green. "With pleasure," echoed her spouse, trying to look as if he had not spoken before. "With great pleasure. That is," added Mrs. Green with her very best company air, "if Mrs. Storms will also attend." "Yes," chirped Mr. Green, "with that proviso, that proviso." "Wall," said Mrs. Storms, "there's some folks that ain't never willing to put themselves out about for others, but I ain't that kind. As I said to Sabiny only this morning." "Exactly," interrupted the genie, "and you are quite right too. But if we are going, we must start at once. There is room for all in the carriage at the door." Chris knew that there had been no carriage there 10 seconds before, but behold, when he glanced out the window, his eyes rested upon a splendid barouche to which were attached two of the handsomest black horses he had ever seen. "I suppose we may as well go," piped Mrs. Storms. "All but that boy," with a nervous look at Chris. "He ain't well, and hadn't ought to set up late." "My dear Mrs. Storms," the Genie hastened to assure her, "it will be much better for him to go than to mope here at home. Come, my friends, let us be off." When the party entered the carriage 5 minutes later, they saw the procession ascending a hill a mile distant, and the evening breeze brought to their ears a few notes of lively melody from the great band. "Isn't this just out of sight?" whispered Bob to Chris as they whizzed along the road. "Why, this Professor Nemo must be awfully rich. It's queer I never heard of him before. Jingo, here we are at the town hall already. Why, a bird couldn't have flown quicker." A liveried attendant rushed forward and assisted the ladies to dismount from the barouche. "I must leave you now," said Professor Turner, "as Professor Nemo requires my services in preparation for the entertainment. But this man will conduct you to your seats, the best in the house. An entire row is always reserved for my friends. Au revoir." And the Genie, gaily waving his hand and kissing his fingertips to the somewhat scandalized Mrs. Storms, ran to the side entrance and disappeared. "This way, ladies and gentlemen," smiled the obsequious attendant, preceding the party into the building. "You will find the place somewhat changed." They did indeed find it changed. The interior of the dusty, musty old town hall was completely transformed. The floors were covered with Axminster carpet an inch thick. The walls were entirely hidden by hangings of crimson velvet embroidered with gold. The old benches had been replaced with luxuriously upholstered chairs, and the place was illuminated by electric lights. The hall was filled with a gaping multitude, and a splendid orchestra was playing the last movement of the overture to William Tell. "I'll tell you, Henry," said old Eben Pettibone, the janitor, waylaying Mr. Green as that gentleman trotted down the aisle, "this here Professor Nemo beats all creation. Paid me $100 down for the rent of the hall when he might have had it for $5. And look at the fixin's. Reckless extravagance, that's what I call it. He ain't no businessman." Just as Chris and his friends took their seats, the overture ended with a tremendous chord, and the curtain rolled slowly up. The stage was set as a magnificently furnished drawing room. In the midst of the buzz of admiration and astonishment that the scene evoked, the Genie glided upon the stage, and advancing to the footlights, made a low bow. The applauding throng stared at him in curiosity and wonder, but none with half the interest felt by Chris. As Professor Nemo, the slave of the lamp, had wrought a wondrous change in his personal appearance. He was now a stout, middle-aged man with a fierce black mustache, an aggressive-looking imperial, and a pair of small, twinkly black eyes. He was attired in a perfectly fitting suit of black, and upon the breast of his coat were fastened at least a dozen decorations blazing with jewels. In his hand he carried a small ebony wand. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, when the applause had subsided, "if I were not the slave of truth," Chris had turned pale, fearing that the Genie was going to make some reference to the lamp, "I should say that I was overcome by this reception. But, as a matter of fact, I am not. It takes a good deal to overcome me. But I am gratified, greatly gratified, of course. The highest ambition of a man who makes his living as I do must be to win the approbation of a Lincolnville audience. Feeling sure that I have gained that in advance, I will commence my entertainment. Now my methods, as you will soon see, are different from those from other prestidigitators. I will begin by requesting someone in the audience to suggest a trick. If I cannot perform it, I will forfeit $1,000. Ladies and gentlemen, I await your pleasure." Chris, panic-stricken, rose half from his seat. He felt that it was already necessary for him to interfere. What atrocity might not someone suggest and the Genie perform? Before he could speak, a harsh, rasping voice broke the silence that had followed the Genie's challenge, and all eyes were turned upon the tall, gaunt form of old Squire Gollop, who had risen to his feet. The squire had a local reputation as a humorist, and his friends knew by the particular way in which the left side of his mouth was drawn up and by the accumulation of wrinkles about his eyes that he was going to make an attempt to stump Professor Nemo, and he felt reasonably sure of success. Winking slowly, deliberately, and meaningly at Deacon Disbrow, who sat near him, he said, addressing the genie, "You say if you can't do anything you're asked to, that you'll pay $1,000. "That is precisely what I said," replied the genie, smilingly. "Who'll get the money?" demanded Squire Gallup, "the person who suggests the trick. I suppose you wouldn't have no objections to placing the $1,000 in the hands of one of the audience," continued the squire. "Not the slightest," was the ready reply. "I'll place it in your hands. If I perform the feat you suggest, you can return it to me. If I fail, it's yours." And the genie took a roll of bills from his pocket and began counting out the amount in question. "Well, that's fair enough," said Squire Gallup, stepping out into the aisle and approaching the stage. "But I guess you won't be very likely to get your money back in a hurry." "I'll take the chances," laughed the genie, as he handed the squire 10 $100 bills. "Now, my dear sir, what is the trick you wish me to perform?" "Well," said the old man, after some deliberation, "I like to have you hang me to that chandelier," pointing to a large chandelier in the center of the ceiling, "afore I can say Jack Robinson. Jack—" The historic Mr. Robinson's Christian name had scarcely left Squire Gallup's lips when the amazed audience saw the village magnate suspended by his long yellowish-white beard to one of the branches of the chandelier, kicking wildly and shrieking for help. Just how he had reached his present elevated position no one could tell, but there he was. There could be no doubt about that. The younger portion of the audience screamed with laughter, their elders with horror. Such a din had not been heard in the old town hall for many a year. When comparative quiet had been restored, the genie, addressing Squire Gallup, asked, "Do you wish to be released, sir, or do you prefer to retain your present position for the remainder of the evening?" "Get a ladder, somebody, and help me down," growled the squire. "I'll sue you for damages. I'll—" At this point the old gentleman vanished from sight, only to reappear in his seat a moment later, staring about him in helpless bewilderment and gasping for breath. "You do not feel any worse for your little adventure, do you, sir?" asked the genie politely. "Don't know as I do," replied Squire Gallup. "Wall, I never seen nothing like that." "Nor, in all probability, will you ever again," smiled the genie. "Well, sir, the $1,000 is still mine." "I suppose 'tis," admitted the squire regretfully. "Be kind enough to hand it to me." The old gentleman rose reluctantly and took the money from his pocket. He had scarcely done so when the roll of bills suddenly assumed the appearance of a giant firecracker and exploded with a report that made the windows rattle, threw the squire back into his seat with considerable violence, and elicited a chorus of screams from the ladies in the audience. "There's no harm done," said the genie lightly. "Only a few dollars gone up in smoke. That doesn't worry me any, for I have plenty more. And now, ladies and gentlemen," he went on, "I will give you another little exhibition of my power which may interest those who are not used to such things. And I don't think many of you are." As he spoke, he descended the half a dozen steps that led from the stage to the floor of the hall, and laid his hand familiarly on the shoulder of Saya Blodgett, the butcher, who occupied one of the aisle seats on the second row. "I am informed," continued the genie, with a glance at Chris, "that some prestidigitators find rabbits concealed beneath the coats of certain of their patrons. But I will venture to assert that never before did a gentleman bring under his coat to a place of public entertainment anything like this." And he thrust his hand under Mr. Blodgett's coat and brought out a huge St. Bernard dog, almost as large as the butcher himself. As the animal, barking furiously, rushed up to the aisle and jumped upon the stage, the genie said, "You'd better leave that dog at home the next time you go out for an evening, sir. But dear me, what's this?" The next moment he had hauled apparently from Mr. Blodgett's vest pocket an immense black bear, which laboriously climbed upon the stage, and growling ominously, took its place beside the dog. "Well, I swaw!" gasped Mr. Blodgett. The genie tripped lightly back to the platform and waved his wand over the two animals, and presto, they both vanished. Now, he said briskly, silencing an enthusiastic burst of applause by a gesture, will some gentleman in the audience kindly lend me a hat? Here's one, piped Mr. Green, disregarding in his excitement a withering look from his wife, and tossing his new silk hat to the genie, who caught it deftly, saying, "Thank you, sir. What is this?" As he drew from the hat a large white horse, which, handling it with as much apparent ease as if it were a feather, he deposited it, prancing and whining, upon the stage. "Hallo, sir," went on the genie. "Why, what have we here? You seem to have a remarkable fondness for pets." He then proceeded to draw from Mr. Green's hat a deer, half a dozen sheep, as many dogs, a zebra, a kangaroo, and finally an elephant. As he returned the hat to its astonished owner, with a smile and a bow, he said, "This, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the first part of my entertainment. There will now be a brief intermission, during which the orchestra will play Wagner's wonderful tone picture, the overture to Tannhäuser, with which you are all doubtless unfamiliar. After the intermission, I shall, for your amusement, transport this hall and all of its contents to one of the Sandwich Islands in less than 5 seconds." "He can't do that," giggled Mr. Green as the curtain descended. "That's too much even for him." But Chris knew it wasn't, and was pale with horror. Who could tell what the result of this daring feat might not be? It would never do to allow him to carry his purpose into execution. "I've got to interfere, no matter what folks think," murmured the boy, and he sprang from his seat, rushed up the aisle, and left the hall. "That boy's stark raving mad," gasped Mrs. Storm. "I told you he ought not be allowed to come." Meantime, Chris had reached the stage entrance. In another moment he stood in the genie's dressing room, facing his slave, who seemed to be in the best possible humor. End of section 11. Section 12 of Chris and the Wonderful Lamp. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. Chris and the Wonderful Lamp by Albert Stearns, in which the genie makes a discovery and profits by it. "Hello, Chris," said the genie as his master entered. "How did my work strike you? I venture to say you never saw anything like it in these parts, but I've only begun. Wait till you see the second part." "See here," interrupted Chris, "you've got to give up that idea of transporting this place to the Sandwich Islands." "I've got to give up what?" shrieked the genie. "Why, that's the best thing I do. Transporting houses from one place to another has been my specialty for generations. Give it up? But of course you're joking." "No, I'm not joking," said Chris in a very decided tone. "I order you not to do it, and that settles it." The slave of the lamp seated himself very deliberately and fixed his eyes upon Chris's face. He was evidently making a strong effort to be calm. "I might have expected this," he said in a hard metallic voice. "I ought to have expected it, but I didn't. So just as I am getting warmed up to my work, just as I am beginning to enjoy myself, you think it's necessary to step in and knock everything on the head. Very well, very well. It's your turn now." And the genie gave his master an unpleasantly suggestive look. "I'm not going to knock anything on the head," said Chris in a half-conciliatory tone. "I only want you to omit one trick. I don't suppose you have taken the trouble to consider what an embarrassing position this freak of yours places me in with the audience," said the genie. "Of course you haven't." "I don't see anything so embarrassing about it," returned the boy. "All you have to do is to make a little apology, say that you find yourself unable to perform the trick." "I'll do it," said the genie doggedly. "It will be the first apology I ever made in my life, but it won't be the first falsehood I have told for you." "Never mind that," said Chris, flushing. "Another thing," he added quickly. "I thought I told you to play some sort of trick on Mrs. Storms." "So you did. I haven't forgotten it. Do you know what I was going to do? I intended to drop her out of one of the windows when we reached the Sandwich Islands and let her get home the best way she could." "Ha, ha, ha. Well, what do you think of that? All wrong, I suppose. Of course it is, replied Chris promptly. Oh, certainly it is, added the genie with bitter sarcasm. Well, what sort of trick do you want me to play on her? I don't know, hesitated the boy. I can't think of one just at this minute. Then suppose we let the old lady alone, said his slave. I think she suffers enough in having to sit in the same row with you. See here, began Chris angrily, but the genie interrupted him. The overture is almost finished. Please let me know on what lines you desire me to conduct the remainder of this performance. I want it to be just an ordinary sleight of hand show, such as usually comes to this place, replied Chris. It isn't safe to leave you to your own devices. Very good. Your wishes shall be carried out to the letter. To the letter, sir. And the genie turned abruptly and walked upon the stage, from which all the animals had disappeared. Then Chris heard him say, Ladies and gentlemen, owing to circumstances beyond my control, I am unable to transport this hall to the Sandwich Islands tonight. I shall now proceed to pull a half-starved rabbit from under a gentleman's coat and perform a few other of the class of tricks to which you are used. Chris hurried back to his seat, relieved yet angry. The remainder of the entertainment was a flat failure. All the tricks performed by the genie had been seen in Lincolnville many times before, and he did them in the most clumsy manner, intentionally, as Chris, but Chris only, knew. The audience passed by rapid stages from enthusiasm to indifference, and from indifference to contempt, and when the curtain fell, several hisses were heard. Well, said Mrs. Storms as they left the hall, it's just as I said it would be. This is the last show I'll ever go to. And where's Professor Turner? Nowhere to be seen. There's no carriage, and it's raining. I suppose we'll have to walk home. They did have to, and reached the green homestead, very wet and in an exceedingly bad humor. Chris, angry and disgusted, went to bed at once. He did not see his cousin again until the next morning, when he was ready to start for home. Then Bob suddenly appeared and said in a frightened sort of way, I'm going to the train with you. We may as well walk, I guess. That'll suit me, said Chris, who saw that Bob had heard the story of his insanity and was in fear that he might at any moment become violent. He entered into no explanations, being quite tired of the subject and reflecting that his cousin would learn the truth very soon. But as he was about to step into his car, he said, You'll know that I didn't sell that ball game before long, Bob, and you'll hear some other things that'll surprise you a good deal. All right, goodbye, was Bob's short response, and as the train started, he ran off at the top of his speed, not stopping to wave his hand as usual. Chris's father was out when he reached home. His mother greeted him with an exclamation of dismay. Don't worry, Mother, he said cheerfully. I came home because they didn't want me to stay any longer. This letter will tell you all about it. When Mrs. Wagstaff had read her sister's letter, she looked even more distressed than before. Oh dear, what is to be done? She exclaimed distractedly. Chris guessed the contents of the letter. He learned long afterward that his surmises were correct and that Mrs. Green had expressed a firm conviction that he was incurably insane. And he said earnestly, Now you mustn't fret, Mother. Everything will be all right this very afternoon. I know what I'm talking about. I'm going to astonish the natives. Oh, Chris, my dear boy, what are you going to do? I'm not going to hurt anybody, Mother, said the boy, with an annoyed laugh that the very words by which he had hoped to soothe her should add to her anxiety. You'll laugh to think how you've worried when you know the truth. And he hurried away to escape further questioning. That afternoon, the wonderful lamp carefully wrapped in paper under his arm, Chris started for the Dusenbury Academy. When the boys came trooping out at 3 o'clock, they found him loitering outside the gate, a complacent, almost condescending smile on his lips. Hello, cried Nate Marston. Back, are you? Well, you did some great playing yesterday, but why didn't you keep it up? The Lincolnville fellows saw me talking to you, and they say I sold the game, said Chris. They do? Well, I'll send in a letter that will knock that idea out of their heads. Say, Chris, interrupted Fred Tobin with a laugh, who was that old fellow you got to help you off the other day? I'd like to hire him by the week to do the same kind of work for me. Fellows, said Chris, with an air of deep mystery. There are a good many things you don't understand that will be made clear before night. Wish you could make my geometry lesson clear, said Scotty Jones with a grin, but I guess it would take more than you to do that. I could do it in a minute if I wanted to, replied Chris, but just now I have other work on hand. What are you driving at anyway, Chris? Asked Will Bent. See here, boys, said Chris to the group that had gathered around him. What would you say if I told you that it was in my power to fly like a bird? I should say you're talking through your hat, laughed Scotty. Well, it's a fact that I can do it, maintained Chris, and I'm going to prove it. I'll go up to the top of the Methodist church steeple and fly down. When you see that, you'll believe I knew what I was talking about, won't you? It ought to be enough to convince you. Yes, replied Nate, but I'd rather see you fly up to the top of the steeple. Can't you do that? I could, and I will later on, said Chris, but I'll begin the other way. Come on, boys, and he started in the direction of the Methodist church. See here, Chris, interposed Scotty, this is only one of your tricks, and we ain't going to let you drag us over to the church. It's out of our way. We're all going over to Sims's pond. Fellows, cried Chris, I mean every word I've said. That's honest. You come down to the church with me and stand over by Jenkins's barn. I'll go up in the steeple alone, and inside of 5 minutes you'll see me flying down. After that, we'll all have a big lunch on the parade ground. Lobster salad, ice cream, and whatever else you want. The boys roared with laughter at this, and Scotty said, You're a great fellow, Chris, but you can't work this game on us. Come on, fellows, let's be off for the pond. You'd better come along too, Chris. But several of the members of the group were somewhat impressed by Chris's evident earnestness, and one of them, Will Brent, said, Oh, let's go and see what the trick is anyway. If there's any ice cream laying around loose in the parade ground, I don't mind helping to get rid of it. Come ahead. This decided the question. The boys all started for the church, Chris leading the way. You fellows think I'm trying to fool you, he said, but you're very much mistaken, as you'll soon find out. If you don't open your eyes wider than you ever did before in your lives within the next 15 minutes, my name is not Chris Wagstaff. Have you invented a flying machine? Asked Nate. You'll see, was the only reply Chris vouchsafed. The sexton happened to be in the Methodist church, and he readily accorded the boy permission to ascend to the belfry. The new brick Methodist church, with its stained glass windows and its tall tapering spire, was the pride of South Dusenbury. The spire was the highest in the county and was visible for many miles. Chris thought there could not be a better place from which to start on the flying expedition, for which he expected the Genie to provide him wings. As he started up the winding stairway that reached almost to the extreme apex of the spire, the boys, none of whom he would permit to accompany him, left the building, crossed the road, and took their places near Seth Jenkins's barn, where they were joined by others of the village lads, curious to know what was going on. What do you suppose Chris is up to anyway? Asked Scotty. He can't have invented a flying machine. Maybe he has, said Nate. Perhaps it was in that bundle he had under his arm. I'll tell you what I think, said Will. I don't believe he's quite right in the upper story. Dr. Ingalls was at our house this morning, and my mother says he hinted something of the sort. Said Chris had been studying too hard lately and had got to take a rest. I laughed at the idea when my mother told me, but I begin to think there's something in it. No, there isn't either, said Scotty very decidedly. Chris Wagstaff will never hurt himself by overwork if he lives to be 100. It's only a trick of his on his folks and the doctor to get out of going to school, and he's making ready to play another trick on us now. Why doesn't he appear with his flying machine, if he has one? Said Nate. He's had time to climb a steeple twice as high as that one. Ah, there he is at the window now. Chris's program for the afternoon had included a wonderful exhibition of flying, followed by an elaborate luncheon on the parade ground. After the meal, he intended to undertake the erection of a new and magnificent town hall and possibly an opera house, both of which it was his magnanimous intention to present to the village. His face flushed as much by pleasurable anticipation of the wonders he was about to work with the Genie's aid as by his run up the spiral stairway. He paused, panting in the belfry. Now then, he exclaimed aloud as he had recovered his breath, to business. He tore the paper wrappings from the lamp and gave it a vigorous rub. To his amazement and consternation, the genie did not appear. Perhaps he's asleep, reflected Chris, remembering several occasions recorded in the Arabian Nights on which Genie had been caught napping. If he is, I'll soon wake him up. Again he rubbed the lamp, and again, but in vain. The genie did not respond to the summons. A cold perspiration broke out on Chris's brow. A strange sick feeling oppressed him. Had the lamp, after retaining its wondrous power so many centuries, now suddenly lost it? Was it possible that the genie had renounced his allegiance to the bit of bric-a-brac that he had regarded for ages with fear and awe? Perhaps he won't come because it's a church, said Chris to himself. I shouldn't wonder if that was it. He's a heathen spirit, a sort of demon, I guess. Well, there's no help for it. I shall have to give it up for this time. I hate to go down to the fellows. How they will laugh at me. He stepped to the window and by gestures conveyed the information to the boys that the exhibition he had promised them would not take place. Then he began slowly descending the stairs, a much crestfallen and greatly troubled boy. Meanwhile, the group at Seth Jenkins's barn were commenting upon his extraordinary conduct. Will Bent's theory that he was not quite right in the upper story had already found acceptance, and when the luckless owner of the lamp appeared and advanced toward the boys, they regarded him in a manner that told them at once what was passing in their minds. Why didn't you fly?" asked Scotty. "Wouldn't your great invention work?" Chris shook his head with a sickly smile. "And how about that big layout on the parade ground?" inquired Nate. "It will have to be postponed," replied Aladdin's wretched successor. The boys stared at him in silence a few moments. Then Scotty broke out with, "Come on, fellas, let's be off for Sims's pond, and pay no further attention to Chris." They started at a run. "They think I'm crazy too," murmured the boy, who began to feel that he was becoming a pariah among his companions. "Well, I don't blame them, but maybe now that I'm out of the church, the genie will show himself." He rubbed the lamp with a trembling hand, but the erratic spirit did not materialize. So downcast and miserable did Chris appear when he reached home that his mother's anxiety in his behalf became greater than ever. She made a large dish of milk toast for his supper and put a jar of his favorite raspberry jam beside his plate, but he ate very little and went to his room immediately after supper. Seated by the window, the lamp on the table by his side, he abandoned himself to melancholy reflection. The experience of the late Aladdin, so far as recorded in the Arabian Nights, furnished no parallel to his own. Chris felt that the genie had treated him badly, and in a sudden burst of indignation he seized the lamp and rubbed it fiercely, crying, "He must come, he shall! Ah, you're here at last, are you?" For the genie stood before him, this time in the same form in which he had appeared on the occasion of their first meeting. "Yes, I am here," replied the spirit, in a cold, hard tone that Chris did not half like. "Why didn't you come before?" demanded the angry boy. "Have you any idea what a scrape you got me into?" "One question at a time, please," said the genie, in the same icy tone and with a cynical smile. "I didn't come before because, not to put too fine a point on it, I didn't feel like it. As for the scrape you're in, that's no affair of mine." "No affair of yours?" gasped Chris. "Aren't you my slave and the slave of the lamp?" "Your slave?" sneered the genie. "The slave of an old pewter lamp in such a bad state of repair that it would be utterly impossible to light it? I am not. I acknowledge with deep humiliation that I was, but I am not now." "But you are!" almost shrieked Chris. "You can't help yourself. You are, and you always will be." "I am not, nor shall I ever be again," returned the spirit. "So you needn't waste any more time and vitality in rubbing the old lamp. I responded to the summons this time only to explain the situation to you." "But you haven't explained anything," cried the boy. "If it had been in your power to rebel, you'd have done it when Aladdin owned the lamp. You can't do it. You know you can't. It wasn't in my power then, said the genie, but it is now. Just glance at this. And he suddenly produced a printed paper and held it before Chris's eyes. Why, it's the Emancipation Proclamation, the youth exclaimed. That's precisely what it is, replied his companion, an exultant ring in his voice. I accidentally learned of its existence only this morning. By its provisions, slavery is abolished in the United States. Isn't that so? I suppose it is, faltered Chris, but it doesn't apply to you. I fail to see that any exceptions or reservations which could possibly affect the present case are made, said the genie, and I have studied the document pretty carefully. No, my friend, I am no longer your slave, and as for that thing, he did not finish the sentence, but suddenly raising his foot, he gave the lamp, which was the object to which he had referred so contemptuously, a vicious kick which sent it out the window, and then he began to fade away. Wait a minute, entreated the boy. Just a second, But the genie was gone. Chris rushed frantically downstairs and began a search for the lamp, which he very soon found. He rubbed it, but no genie appeared. As he dejectedly re-entered the house, his mother met him, and folding him in her arms said, Chris, you always wanted to go to New York, and now you're going. I've been talking to Pa about it, and you and he are going to start tomorrow morning and stay a week. I'm sure that when you come back, you won't know yourself. I don't now, Mother, said poor Chris sadly. Of course you don't, replied his mother. But won't you be glad to go to the city? Yes, indeed I shall. Anywhere to get away from South Dusenbury and the fellows for a few days. The next morning, Chris and his father started for New York. When they returned a week later, Dr. Ingalls pronounced the boy cured. But it was a long time before he gained the esteem and confidence of his schoolmates. One day he sought consolation and sympathy from Will Bent, the only person beside himself who had seen the palace on Chadwick's Acre. He had determined to tell him the whole story. But Will cut him short with, I don't want to hear anything more about that, Chris Wagstaff. I told my folks all about what I thought I saw, and I talked so much on the subject that they sent for Dr. Ingalls. He said it was all my imagination, and that there seemed to be an epidemic of that sort of thing among the Dusenbury Academy boys, and I've been taking medicine for it ever since. I got the idea out of my head now, and I don't want you to put it back. That settles it, snapped Chris, and thenceforth he kept his own counsel. The wonderful lamp, wonderful no longer, stands on the parlor mantel, and lovers of the antique occasionally go into raptures over it. Once in a while Chris steals in and gives it a sly rub, but the result is only disappointment. End of section 12. End of Chris and the Wonderful Lamp by Albert Stearns.